Hello everybody. Welcome to another Challenger Cup stream on this wonderful Friday evening, afternoon, or morning, depending on where you're watching from. Welcome everybody, assemble. Hope everyone is doing fine. Hope everyone is ready for one final Challenger Cup before this crazy new pack is about to happen. We can talk about that a little bit today as well during the games. But of course, there was an announcement in the game as well about the next selection pack that is going to be releasing. I believe it's next Monday. August 4th is... Wait, no, that's Tuesday. No, that is Monday. That is Monday, yes. Monday, we're getting Crystal Clearing over Synchro Dragon, Legendary Lord 6 Samurai Shien, Ryzeal Detonator, Abawa Q, Antmold Charmy Meowls as well, which is a little bit of another interesting addition to the format. So we're gonna check all that out on Monday. Today we're gonna get one last glimpse of what the format is before this pack, of course. But also I believe, yes, X Ryzeal is releasing Ad 2. We will talk more about that during today's stream a little bit, but also of course on Monday when these cards come out and we will be playing them on stream. I will be live on Monday. For today, we have some Challenger Cup action. Let me turn on the in-game music. Just a little bit. You guys let me know about the volume, if it's too high or too low. But yeah. Can't believe they pre-hit Ryzeal. I mean, it's a small-ish pre-hit, but yes, when they released Malice without any pre-hits, I was expecting somewhat to it, like the same for Ryzeal, but like, you know. At the same time, Ryzeal was already kind of pre-hit by the fact that like Bonfire is at 1 already because of Snake Eyes, but yeah. Either way, today we're gonna be watching a tournament together. It is a 128 player Challenger Cup, so we are in for a treat. We have some exciting games to be played and watched, so let's go and jump into the room. The first round should start soon. Players are already at their tables. Yes, hopefully this time we can start right on the dot. Happy partner anniversary. Oh, is that today? I did not know that. Okay, well, thank you all for posting that. Oh yeah, there was, no, I remember there was a small little notification earlier. Yeah, okay, I appreciate that. Okay. Well, today we're not going to see any Ryzeal just yet. We are probably still going to see a fair amount of Malice. You guys can let me know what you think is going to happen on Monday. Like, do you think Ryzeal is just going to replace Malice? Is Malice still going to remain at the top, or will they kind of like both be at the top? I think it's an interesting question. We'll see. But let's jump into table number 3. Why not? I think Malice is going to be better since maining Lancia becomes a lot worse. That is one of the things I was thinking about too, right? Like Lancia, playing Lancia in the deck in Master Duel is going to be tougher when you have to expect to run into some Ryzeal. But you know, on the other hand, Ryzeal is also a pretty strong deck, so Malice will have to compete with less Lancia but more Ryzeal. Anyways, we have a pendulum strategy over here, going first with 44 cards, getting hit with a Molcharmy Fuvalos, however. So we are starting with a Supreme King Supreme Green Dragon Darkworm, which adds a Supreme King Gate Magician from deck to hand. Then we place Supreme King Gate 0 and Star Pen. This is an old school pendulum deck so far. Got some old school pendulum cards in here. Supreme King Gate Magician is an exception. That's a newer one. They have Maxi as well. Okay. You know what? Unironically, this is dangerous against Pendulum. I think this is dangerous. I think they are playing with fire right now. Because I've seen Pendulum decks deck people out under just Maxi. If it's Maxi and Fuvalos, this is potentially scary. I think. I think this is a little scary. But we'll see if they can go for that. Just played roll. See, the thing is, depending on the version of the Pendulum deck, there is the possibility that they can... I believe the card is called Performapal Celestial Magician or something like that, which is a Pendulum monster that if you control a Synchro, it locks your opponent out of monster effects for the rest of the turn. So you can like do that and then you can just keep going and you can never get Nibiru or Drolled or something like that. But in this case, it seems like they decide to not special summon any further and just leave it at that, which means that our opponent is going to be on 5 cards in hand and we have our own Max C. Does this get countered or does that resolve? It does resolve. Okay, that's only fair. And Lancia behind. Okay, sure. Lancia and Maxi both being used. Both resolving. And now we're going to see what kind of strategy the opponent is running. If it is Malice, this is tough. On the other hand, Pendulum like doesn't have much left here, right? I mean, they have scales set up. Okay, all right. I think they will not care too much about the Lancia, and I don't think the Maxi is gonna stop them. I think this is like the worst possible outcome after you've decided to just pass turn because you had Maxi and Lancia in hand, and you're like, oh, what deck is gonna punish this? There's no deck that really, you know, it's Malice format, right? This is surely fine. Turns out it was never fine. Uh-oh. Alright, so Sangan Summoning is going to grab Chundra. We had another Molcharmy ready to go. And I think that is... Unless I'm missing any hidden effects on the scales here. Let me just check that out real quick. This should not matter this turn, and this also not. We have the Kaiman as they do Kaiman and Sangan Summoning, by the way, and Maxi and 2 Fuvalos. So the question is, can they draw anything with the Maxi that really helps here? In a Pendulum deck, you typically don't see many interruptions like that. Like they don't tend to play many ways to stop this. So I would guess no, but we'll just wait and see. Either way, even if Tengen Toppa is likely to win this first game off the back of this Tenpai deck, this is now a best of 3 in Challenger Cups right from the start. So it'll not be the end of the Pendulum Duelist over here. And I'm sure, let me tell you something, in game 2, if they are hit with a Maxi or a Fuvalos again, I think they will just push through. If they're expecting it to be Tenpai again, I think you just go. I really wonder what version of Pendulum this is, and if they could have gone for the deck out. That would have been, it would have been a very interesting attempt, I feel like. But maybe they just didn't have, from what I'm seeing here, maybe they just didn't have the right cards in hand because they didn't have any access to like the Draco Slayers. But surely Electromite could have gotten you access to the Draco Slayer cards. But alas. How many players in this tourney? It is a 128 player Challenger Cup, which, if my math is not wrong, that is 7 rounds total. 7 rounds of single elimination. Ooh, the Seto Kaiba Corporation. I appreciate you. Thank you. Seto Kaiba once again flexing. All right, this is it's just a matter of time here. From what there's nothing here stopping these from being destroyed by battle or saying you take no battle damage or something like that. This thing says if you control Supreme King Zark, you take no damage. Unfortunately, we do not control that. We can add a Magician Pendulum from deck to hand here. And we have an Astrograph Sorcerer. Okay. There are things that we can do here. That unlikely to be enough. Unlikely to be enough to stop the onslaught from the Tenpai player here, but hey, who knows? Maybe there's more hidden effects that you don't expect. The problem is, if there is any hidden effects, you have to pull them out quickly before the Tenpai deck has the Transcendent Dragon on the field, because then it's too late to pull any tricks. And unfortunately, I think it is too late to pull any tricks because we are synchro summoning into a 10 here. And I'd be very surprised if that wasn't the Transcendent Dragon. Yep, there it is. There it is, the Transcendent Dragon. Drawing another card for the Maxi here, but that is too little too late. Now we can just attack with that. We can use the Biden Dragion to return from the graveyard. We can synchro into a Trident Dragion. We've all seen this before, and it is just a matter of going through the motions. I think Tenpai here just making sure they don't miss any hidden effects on the Pendulum cards, you know? Gotta read the monster effect, gotta read the Pendulum effect if there's any hidden condition anywhere, but they're just making sure. I think also in terms of like, do I want to destroy something here with Biden Dragion, or is that gonna come back to bite me? Actually using the Biden Dragion to destroy their own Sangan summoning instead of doing a Trident Dragon thing, but I think that doesn't matter here. It just saves some time, I suppose. Because I think this might already be game now. They're still gonna have to quick synchro one more time, but right, because currently they have 11,800, 4,300 down here, so that is not quite 8,000. But one more quick synchro is gonna do it. $3,500 over the Astrograph. Biden Dragion attacks the Dark Worm for 800. I don't know if these two have attacked already. I think one of them might have. The Chundra has not attacked yet. Oh, the Pydra hasn't either, but yeah, that one's not going to be game, but the next quick synchro is going to be enough. And this will be the first game going to Tengen Toppa over here with the Tenpai deck. Now, here's the interesting question. If you get to decide going first or going second now in the next game, because it is a best of 3, and they will get to decide on whether they want to go first or second now, do you just go first against someone who played Tenpai in the first game? You don't know what their other deck is. You have no info on that. Do we just, you know, do we send them first? Because they could switch the deck. Yeah, they could. Gamba. We can do some predictions later, yeah. For like a full match. We can do some predictions. Is it mandatory to switch? It is not mandatory to switch. So the way this works for all the Challenger Cups now is every player here has submitted 2 deck lists before the tournament. When you sign up, you submit 2 deck lists. Well, no, I don't think you submit them when you sign up. Like, first you sign up and then you submit the deck lists at some point. You submit 2 decks, and you can play for every game. You can play whichever deck you feel like. You don't have to win 2 games with 2 different decks or something. You can play the same deck again. But you have the option to switch to your other deck at any moment. Are you pulling for Ryzeal? We're gonna be opening packs on Monday for Ryzeal. Yes, Monday is gonna be the Ryzeal stream. Okay, and for game number 2, we have Pendulum going first again, not switching the deck unless they have 2 different Pendulum decks. And this time around, we start with Performapal Skullcrobat Joker. That's another OG from back in the day. All right, and we search Supreme King Gate Magician. Star Pendulum Graph. Okay. This deck is very different from all the pendulums that I encounter on ladder usually, or during the Duelist Cup. I remember, like, it seems a lot less Draco Slayer focused, or maybe we just haven't seen those cards yet. This is the fair version. Maybe we haven't seen it do much yet. Because they were hit with a Maxi and a Molcharmy last game. Alright, Supreme King Gate Magician in the scale. Destroy this card, and if you do, place a Supreme King Gate Pendulum monster from hand or deck in your Pendulum zone. So we get Gate 0 this way, and now we activate Star Pendulum Graph because a Magician Pendulum monster card has left the field, so we can search for any Magician Pendulum from the deck. And we are going to go for Double Iris Magician, which is the one that if it's destroyed, I believe it searches you the Pendulum Graph spell or trap cards. And we are going to scale this. It is a scale 8. So we have now set up scales. So if you have a Max C, I guess this would be the time to use it before they might Pendulum Summon. No Max C right now. And we are performing a Pendulum Summon. We can summon this from the extra deck. It's a level 7. Molcharmy Fuvalos from hand. And nothing else. That's it. Okay. This thing on summon will say, add a card that mentions Supreme King Zark from deck to hand. And that's going to be Supreme King Dragon Lightworm. Okay. Not the craziest field so far, I would say, but they're not done yet. My opponent drew double Molcharmy both games. It happens. It happens. Yu-Gi-Oh is a game of skill and a game of luck. You need a little bit of both. Tenpai enjoyer. I'm guessing this hand has a lot of non-engine. It seems likely. It seems likely that we just didn't draw many many pendulum cards here. Okay, we don't even go for a Link Summon here. I was expecting an Electromite, but we are going for Bagooska. Is this really all we have? Is it Bagooska pastime for Pendulum here? This might be the first time in history that Pendulum has not even played into Nibiru, because I think that was 4 summons. Maybe playing around Nibiru. Hi Josh, may I know who's playing Tenpai in your team for Worlds and why is it you? Stop leaking. Why would you say that? Okay, now just Bagooska Pass is a... Okay, that is the craziest way Tenpai has outed a Bagooska that I've ever seen. Blaster hand effect destroy Bagooska is wild. That is... They are not okay right now. Goodbye Bagooska. Is Droll good versus Ryzeal? Droll is good against Ryzeal. It's okay. It stops them from going crazy, you know, it stops them from going like duo drive and search and so on and so forth. It does stop a lot of stuff from them, but it does not stop one thing, which is detonator pass. If your deck is good into detonator pass, then Droll is good against Ryzeal. If your deck struggles into detonator pass, then Droll and Lockbird is not really going to cut it for you, you know what I mean? Okay, however, we had an Ash Blossom to stop the Pydra, and that is going to be enough here to stop Tenpai from doing anything on this turn. So despite being able to out the Bagooska with the Blaster, we are not able to finish the game, and now Pendulum gets a turn with a battle phase. With a Dragon Shrine. Oh, that is the Imperm column. Potentially. They do not have it. We go for Supreme King Dragon Darkworm, which you cannot summon right now because you do control a monster. So we normal summon the Lightworm. We knew that was in hand last turn. If this card's normal or special, you can add a face-up Supreme King Dragon or a Gate Pendulum monster from extra deck to your hand. Okay. Here's the Electromite that I was expecting last turn. Chainlink 1 Pendulum Graph to add a Magician Pendulum, and Chainlink 2 Electromite to add a Pendulum monster from the deck to the extra deck. Astrograph goes to the extra deck, and Star Pendulum Graph searches another Supreme King Gate Magician. And I feel like now there's very little that can stop this. Target another card you control. We are going to target the Double Iris Magician. Destroy it. Add from the extra deck to the hand the Astrograph. This will allow us to trigger all of these effects. We will draw a card for Electromite. We will probably trigger Double Iris to search the trap card. And we will be able to summon out the Astrograph Sorcerer. And I don't want to jinx it before it's done, but it feels like Pendulum is on a good way to bring us to a game 3 here in this top 128 match. We did not declare the effect of the Double Iris. Okay, maybe we don't play the trap card, we just play the spell? A possibility. But we are going to rescale the Double Iris Magician. We're going to activate Supreme King Gate Magician. which will special summon itself from the hand here by sending a Starving Venom. And then on summon, it lets you add any card that mentions Zark. Supreme King Gate Magician, even though the Pendulum deck doesn't see that much play in Master Duel, this card is crazy. It has so many good effects. We go for Odd Eyes Absolute Dragon. Okay, when this is sent to the graveyard, we will be able to summon Odd Eyes Vortex Dragon from the extra deck, which is able to negate a card. We're gonna link off. Into Sprite Elf. Ooh, Sprite Elf has the ability to revive Electromite as well, because the opponent controls a monster. And Electromite, I think some of its effects are not once per turn, right? Like the only the one to draw a card is once per turn, but you can still target a card, destroy it, and add a face-up monster from the extra 2 to the hand. That part is not hard once per turn. It's once per copy of the card, basically. But if you summon it back with Elf, that's you can do it again. There's Nibiru. Nibiru is used here because, of course, Odd Eyes Absolute Dragon is about to summon a Vortex, which can negate Nibiru. So we are using it now while we can. So Nibiru comes down, we're gonna give him a token, probably in defense mode. And then the Absolute is going to resolve. Now, we still haven't Pendulum summoned, I believe, unless I missed it. I don't think we have. Meaning that we still have that option. However, at the moment, we have no link arrows to Pendulum summon multiple monsters from the extra deck. So we would just be summoning one from the extra deck, but it could be enough. It could be enough. Because we have normal summoned. So just like Pendulum summoning one from the extra deck and one from hand, or two from hand, could be enough. Right? So double Iris from the extra deck, Light Worm from the hand, just Light Worm. Which is a tuner, so we can do stuff with that. We add the Gate Magician back from extra deck to the hand. At the moment, we still don't have enough damage here. We have 5,200. The Nibiru is back in hand, but can't be used this turn again. Alright, is this a Synchro or a Link summon? A Synchro summon. Or Borreload Savage. Okay. This makes me think that even if we don't find a way to do 8,000 damage this turn, we likely have enough to stop Tenpai next turn again. Sprite Elf equips to the Savage Dragon. We have 6,200 damage here, but we have 2 negates ready to go. We are moving into the battle phase. The thing is, it's still dangerous territory if the set card is a Forbidden Droplet. Any top deck Tenpai card, or maybe they already have one in hand, could just still do it. This is not... It's not over yet. End phase it is. And here's the thing. A Forbidden Droplet set, or a Forbidden Droplet off the top, if they don't already have it, is, I feel like, the only way they can make this happen. We'll see. Because we know one of... Basically, they have 4 cards right now. One of them being Nibiru the Primal Being, which does nothing. So 3 other cards, and they have 2 negations. One card that can turn this around, though, is Forbidden Droplet. But they don't have what it takes to play through these Pendulum boards. And this is going to be the equalizer in the top 128. And Pendulum takes a game off of Tenpai despite just going Baguska pass and getting answered on the Baguska right away. But somehow the Ash Blossom is good enough to get them to another turn and win the game. All right. All right. Players, get ready for game 3. This is going to be the deciding game. The winner of this game is going to move on to the top 64. The loser is going to be eliminated. And here we go. Now the question is, so far we've seen both of these duelists just stick to the same deck in game 1 and game 2. It was Pendulum versus Tenpai both times. What's it gonna be this time? This time around, I don't think we're gonna see Tenpai because Tengen Toppa chooses first here, gets hit with a Molcharmi, and thinks about that for a second. It has not resolved yet, and it gets Ash Blossomed. Okay. The Molcharmi has been negated, but there's a Maxi waiting behind. And now we're in dangerous territory if we don't have another answer. Okay, we do have another. Okay. All right. All right. Perform your special summons. They call this the Master Duel Special. So we just played 3 versus 3 cards now. And what deck is it? It's a Primite deck. Okay, you know what? If it's Primite Blue Eyes or Primite Fiendsmith, those are decks that you don't necessarily need a Molcharmi or a Maxi against. You know, it's not like the end of the world. But of course, Primite is very strong when your opponent is on low resources, which it already feels like we are kind of low on resources when we've discarded 2 cards from the hand. Of course, they both lost 2 cards, but Primite is a really good engine in simplified game states like that. The next question is it Blue Eyes? Which it seems like, because they are going for a Link 1. But the even bigger question is, will they have another good normal summon here? Will they have the Sage as well? We do search the Mausoleum with the Spirit. We didn't draw it. That's an important skill when you're playing Blue Eyes, to not draw the field spell. Roar of the Blue-Eyed is not that crazy here. I mean, it's fine. It lets you make a seal. But from the way they're playing this, from the way they're playing it, it seems like they will not have access to a tuner. Unless they want to make a seal before committing to a normal summon. Just in case of like a Nibiru happening later down the line, because that would trigger the seal. But no, we're going to activate Lordly Load. We're declaring Blue Eyes to summon it from deck. And this is going to be not a bad start at all. But Seal's Drill Beam Pass is not impossible to overcome. All right, 4 cards. 4 cards. Was it from deck or graveyard? The second Blue Eyes came from deck, so they have no Blue Eyes in hand. Unless they play 3. But no, there's probably no Blue Eyes in hand. Dragon Shrine. Dragon Shrine's a good start here. Unironically, this is a good card in Pendulum because it lets you summon the Dark Worm, which gives you a Search and a Pendulum Body on the field for free. A very good opener. So activating the activating the Dark Worm in the graveyard here. And also, we are not at risk of getting Max Seed. Keep that in mind, because Max Seed is still under Cult by the Grave. So Supreme King Dragon Dark Worm is going to activate, try and search for a Supreme King card. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even hate the idea of using the Drill Beam on this, because it gets rid of basically 2 cards, one on the field and one in the hand. It's still gonna be dangerous afterwards, but this Dark Worm is a lot of advantage. All right, Supreme King Gate Magician added to the hand. They decide to hold on to the Drill Beam. Scale the Gate Magician, which can destroy itself to place a Supreme King Gate. And that's what we do. We do not know any of the cards in hand. No, we don't know the card that they have in hand. We don't know the Pendulum hand at all. It's all gonna be a surprise. And this will resolve, destroying itself, placing Gate 0. Activates the Gate Magician in hand. Already had one. So this will allow itself... This will be special summoned and search another card from deck. And it's starting to get a little overwhelming for just a little Drill Beam and a Seals. There's a lot of cards in rotation all of a sudden, even though they were down to 4. So searching Lightworm, they haven't even normal summoned yet. Haven't normal summoned, haven't Pendulum summoned. Here's the normal summon. It's going to be a Dark Worm. I think it's going to come down a little bit to what they have in hand here. If the card in hand is like an Effect Veiler, or in the best case like a Nibiru, that could make a huge difference. If it's nothing, then they might be in some trouble. They might be in some trouble. Okay. That I did not expect, but there's an Underworld Goddess in the Pendulum deck, and this is crazy. This means no more Seals bounds. Don't have to worry about that. But also, this gives you 2 arrows to Pendulum summon into. 2 arrows to Pendulum summon into from the extra deck. And that's what we're going to do next. Two Supreme King Gate Magicians Pendulum summoned, which does threaten a rank 7. Is this just pure Supreme King? From what we've seen so far, I think so. Yeah, we in 3 games we haven't seen anything that wasn't like Supreme King stuff. It really seems like a Supreme King Magician deck. Goddess into Requiem, please. It'd be very funny if they did that, but I don't think they're playing a Fiendsmith engine. One of those high on non-engine Pendulum builds. I mean, we did see Mulcharmies, we saw Maxi, we saw Ash Blossom, so maybe a little bit more than usual. Yeah, it could be. Okay, Drill Beam here. Drill Beam immediately. You know, what do you think about using... Oh, now on the scale. Why not before they Pendulum summoned? They do have a Nibiru, but the Underworld Goddess is unaffected by this. I don't know if they took that into account. I don't know if they took that into account. I don't know if they realized that the Underworld Goddess would survive this. Because Underworld Goddess has a very unique unaffected clause. Because it's unaffected by all the activated effects unless they target. Which I can't think of another card that has the same thing. Most cards just say like, oh, you can't target me. Or something like that. Or just unaffected in general. But like Goddess is like only weak to targeting. The only thing that doesn't work is... It's the only thing that works is when you target it. Okay. This is still, I don't think, the worst position for Blue Eyes here. Believe it or not, but the Primite is very strong in an instance like this. Because we can just get back the Drill Beam and the Ether Barrel turn after turn after turn. But it's also a big token that we gave to the opponent. And there's one thing that Drill Beam cannot out, and that's a token. Because in order for Drill Beam to remove a card from the field, you have to be able to negate it. And a token cannot be negated. So you cannot target a token with Drill Beam. Typhon could answer the token. Yeah. Typhon could answer the token. Drill Beam targets. Yeah, Drill Beam does target. Ooh, we top decked the Wishes. That's massive. No Ash Blossom either. Extra normal summon Sage. I think Blue Eyes does have this. The Supreme King deck, I think, put up a good fight. The Underworld Goddess was definitely very, very interesting. And without the Nibiru, I think the Supreme King deck would have taken it. It would have taken it. But here the Primite follow-up is coming in clutch as well. Because think about it, like if the Primite wasn't here, we would have drawn Wishes and we just wouldn't have had a discard for it either. That's just another thing that the Primite engine has given them, was a card to discard. And sometimes that can make all the difference. Sometimes that can make all the difference. It's just like having one extra card in your hand to discard for another effect or not. Nibiru trades with the Underworld Goddess. The token will stay on the field. We don't out it right away. We are going to place the True Light with Maiden. Imagine they play Ghost Ogre. Imagine a Ghost Ogre here. That could actually turn things around. But there is no Ghost Ogre. We use True Light to special summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Interesting. I was expecting them to go make Spirit, bring back Blue Eyes that way. That brings you back the Maiden. Then you can make a Synchro, and then you can True Light to set the Trap card. I guess they searched the Trap card already, probably. Yeah, they already have the Trap. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. This is the game state in which Blue Eyes really thrives, right? Like once you reach a simplified game state where both players are supposedly low on cards, but all of a sudden Blue Eyes just gets like 3, 4, 5 cards back from nothing, you know, like the Primite cards come back, the True Light gets you cards every turn, Maiden comes back, Drill Beam comes back, and so on and so forth. And now I think it's looking tough for Pendulum here. I don't know how we can have enough cards to handle these interruptions, because we're gonna have the trap card, the drill beam, all the synchros that we can make. It looks tough. They would maybe need their own Nibiru, but even if they had their own Nibiru, there would still be the trap card. And Pendulum is one of the decks that does not really operate well when it's low on cards, because you can't really set up scales properly. Alright? Because as soon as you put a high scale in here, you can just use the trap to pop them both, for example. Or even Lightstorm Dragon, right? Lightstorm Dragon could be a good card here. So here's the Ultimate Spirit. That's already a negation. Ready to go. And we draw the Valence World Shinra Bansho. That I don't think is gonna help. They think it's good enough to counter it. But yeah, I mean, that's fair enough, right? You can just use the trap card now. You can destroy the token and the field spell. And then you have a drill beam. And this versus one card in hand and a 0 scale. Right? How is that gonna work out? Yeah. And Pendulum falls to Blue Eyes in game 3. It was a close one, though. It was a surprisingly close game. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that game. GG's, duelists. GG's. And with that, we're heading into a very small break because that was a long one. We only have a minute left on the clock for the first round. So I hope everyone's enjoying the tournament so far. Hope everyone is having a good time. That was the top 128. I will be back with the top 64 in very few minutes. It's not going to be a long break because, like I said, we already reached a timeout basically. So I'm going to be right back for the top 64. All right, like I said, short break only, and we are back with the top 64. The players have just started dueling, so I'm gonna pick a feature match for the top 64 real quick. Why don't we go into table 11 over here? Satu versus Drakaina. Let's see what these duelists have brought to this event. Haven't seen a Malice yet in the first round. They gotta be somewhere. But no, first off, we have a Mental and Darkblade resolving. Ashing Anguish, it's interesting. Instead of ashing... Normally you either ash the first thing or you ash the horse. But we decide to do this. Okay, so now... Break out into Goblin. Threatening to extend into the full combo. Gatic. Gatic effect, add back fusion. Activate fusion. Just shuffling back 2. Using for the Twin Dragon. Twin Dragon resolves. Searches Sleepy, which we can still use. And then... the Tatsuno. Okay. This is a potentially very dangerous spot for Nibiru here. If we get Nibiru on this Sleepy and we still have to resolve it, but we might not have enough memento names. And we definitely summoned 5 times already, but it looks like there is no Nibiru here. The opponent is on 41 cards. Is Paradise Smasher legal? Today, yes. I think. I don't think the new Forbidden Unlimited List update is in the game yet. The one with Abyss Dweller and Paradise Smasher. I don't think that one's live yet. So we could still see that, yeah. I think that's all happening on the at the same time, right? All on Monday. Or Sunday, I suppose. Depending on time zones. Using Mace to add Memento Mictlan is interesting. They could have just sent another Creation King from extra deck, but okay. That's the beauty of Memento. Even though it is a combo deck, there's a lot of different paths you can take. And sometimes multiple paths lead to a good enough end board / result no matter what you do. In this case, oh, they drew a Bone Party as well. I mean, yeah, they were not stopping them with that Ash Blossom no matter where they used it. I don't think they're gonna go for Paradise Smasher. It doesn't seem like they can anymore. I don't think they can still get to 3 level 5s because they still have the Tatsuno Toshigo in hand, but the other 2, I don't think you can get to 2 more level 5s. Because there is 5 ways to summon level 5 monsters in Memento. It's Tatsuno Toshigo to summon itself, Akihiron to summon itself, Bone Party to summon a level 5, Memento Mictlan to summon a level 5, and Twin Dragon to float into a level 5 when it's destroyed. Those are the 5 ways to summon level 5s in Memento. If you want to go for Paradise Smasher, you have to save at least... You have to save 3 of those in order to go for Paradise Smasher. But we've done the Mictlan revive, we've done the Akihiron effect, we've done the horse to summon itself, we've done the Twin Dragon, so like we've also used Bone Party, so we can no longer do that. So we're not gonna go for Smasher here. We're gonna go for a 4 material Appaloosa, which is very strong. We haven't used Fusion though in the graveyard. So we will be missing Bone Party or Fusion at the end of this, unless we've drawn 2. Set 1, set 2, okay. End phase, no cards in hand. Memento Mictlan, reset, Fusion. I would just assume that they have another Bone Party already, because they didn't set one up. Oh no, they added it back with Akihiron, my bad. Yeah, they already did. Yeah, of course. Okay, never mind. They have both spells then, and 1 unknown. Change of Heart on Appaloosa, imagine. Imagine. This loses to Imperm? No. You underestimate the power of the Memento endboard if you think this loses to Impermanence. Like the Appaloosa, funnily enough, the Appaloosa I think is not the strongest part to this endboard. Of course, a 4 material Appaloosa is really strong, but like the combined creation with both of the quick play spells is incredibly strong. Oh, we got a Memento mirror match going on over here. I know what this means. I know why this is happening. There's a lot of Memento players entering the Challenger Cup this season because we got the Memento and Anguish as the mascot for the season, so it's on the playmat. So a lot of Memento duelists are trying to get that Memento playmat. I see you. I see you. I mean, understandably so. It's going to be a sick-looking playmat. All right, and the Anguish is negated by Appo, and we have to go into a Typhon right away. We can't do anything else to this board, but I don't know how successful this is going to be. Typhon trying to attack the Appaloosa. Succeeds. Okay, hold on. I mean, Memento follow-up is going to be crazy here, no matter what. No matter what. Set 1. Not even activating the Typhon. Maybe because they're scared. I mean, if you activate Typhon here, because it's non-targeting, right? So what could happen is they could just chain Bone Party, destroy the creation, add a card from deck to hand, and then the Typhon just has to bounce itself. Yeah, this end phase is about to go crazy. This end phase is about to be absolutely crazy. Anguish to search, Akihiron to revive itself, Mictlan to revive something. Act Sleepy to the hand. We can still use Sleepy because something has been destroyed. But if we fuse into a Creation King, that's 3,000 attacks, so we can't use that. So it's probably going to be Twin Dragon. Yep. And now you can Twin Dragon, destroy itself, search 2 mementos, revive Darkblade, Darkblade destroy the face down. All that in an end phase. Sometimes, dare I say it, sometimes the memento end phase on the opponent's turn can rival the branded end phase. But only on the opponent's turn. On your own turn, the branded end phase is still king of all end phases. But on the opponent's turn, sometimes the memento end phase is also crazy. Discarding Anguish, destroy the face down. It was called by the grave. And then the turn switches over. Is pure Memento better than Memento Fiendsmith? I don't think it's as simple. I think Memento Fiendsmith does some things better than pure Memento. Most people, I think, don't use Fiendsmith in Memento just for space reasons. You would just rather play non-engine than Fiendsmith, I think, is what's usually the case. So, but the combo for Memento, if you include Fiendsmith, obviously gets stronger. But I think that's the argument, is like most Memento combos are already strong enough. The extra deck for Memento is so tight. I don't think that's the reason. I have a Memento list with Super Poly where it's like no problem to play like 7 Super Poly targets. But I guess you can't play Super Poly and Fiendsmith together. That's true. Some people might just prefer Super Poly. Like we see Sato here. Use the Super Poly. Alright, we haven't even summoned 5 times. Of course, it wasn't necessary because we summoned like 10 times in their end phase. Combined Creation jumps out the graveyard, and that's going to be more than 8,000 damage here. And Sato takes down the Memento mirror match here in game 1 of top 64. One step closer to the top 32 and one step closer to that Memento and Anguish playmat, but not quite there yet. Still has to win another game in this top cut to advance to the top 32. All right, let's wait for these duelists to pick a deck for the second game. All right. Now Dracaina gets to pick first or second here. We'll find out what they do shortly. Probably going first. I would assume they go in with Memento again if they have the chance to go first. They do go first. Interestingly enough, I could see Sato go in here with the Memento deck again, even for going second, because we saw the Super Polymerization. And Super Polymerization is very strong in the Memento Mirror match, because you can summon Twin Dragon or even Creation King. But this might not be Memento, actually. We see a Terror top. It could still be Memento with a small Goblin Biker package. That's been done before. It is Big Gabonga. So is that gonna be a Memento combo pivot now with Goblin Biker Grand Breakout? First we go Duck Charger. We can special Duck Charger by detaching from the Gabonga. And this can now add a Goblin Biker spell trap. Is it Breakout to go into Memento stuff? No, it's Grand Entrance. Okay. That can also get you Memento and Goblin. It's another Duck Charger, however. Okay, maybe it's not Memento. Maybe it's not Memento. Maybe it's just Goblin Bikers. We go for a second rank 3. We could overlay both rank 3s to go for F0. Detach 2 materials, draw a card. 5 cards in hand. We haven't normal summoned yet. And we can make an F0 Utopic Draco Future before we normal summon. It could still be Memento, unironically. There it is, the F0, and it is Memento. But wait a second, Anguish is not combo here. They need more, because they now control a non-Memento monster. They cannot special summon Tatsuno Toshigo, which is normally how you combo with this. And the Sleepy cannot be special summoned because nothing was destroyed. Yeah, they needed another card for that. They needed another card, and Bone Party's gonna work. That's gonna summon the Tatsuno. So now it's just basically Memento combo plus Utopic Draco Future. All right, we fuse into the Creation King first. I wonder if they're going to play around Super Polymerization by just not leaving 2 Memento names on the end board, because that genuinely could lose you the game. If, let's say, you end on Creation King and Combined Creation, and your opponent just has a Super Poly, that is so powerful. Is this a Memento deck preparing for Ryzeal? I guess the Goblin Biker cards are solid against Ryzeal. Yes, they are. They're not bad into a Detonator going second. It could be that this is the version of the deck that they want to play going forward. It's not unlikely. Yeah. I think for reference in the TCG, during one of the Ryzeal formats, there was a YCS that was won by Goblin Biker Memento. I'm pretty sure that was during Ryzeal format. So yeah, maybe. Maybe that is something that they are trying in anticipation of Ryzeal next week. Is Memento even good into Ryzeal? So. Because Ryzeal's main form of interruption is destruction. A card like Memento Infusion allows you to push through Detonator very easily because you can just fuse your stuff from the graveyard. Like, that's really good. Also, Sleepy is a really good card against Memento, against Ryzeal, because you will always be able to extend with it. So that part is good against Ryzeal. The problem is that like some of the other cards will just not work against Ryzeal. Like the Tatsuno Toshigo, for example, does not work against Detonator. Goblin, Dark Blade, Maze, they all have to destroy to get their effects, so Detonator can prevent those. Are you going to be the Ryzeal player of the team? That's not been decided yet. That has not been decided. I mean, they just now officially confirmed that Ryzeal was gonna release on Monday, right? So like we didn't know for sure that it was gonna come out. So we haven't prepared that sort of stuff yet. You are the Memento player though? I would say if we reach the conclusion that we should play Memento at Worlds, then I would probably be the Memento player, yeah. Because out of us three, I've played the most amount of Memento, I think, but yeah. But that's not a guarantee yet. Like, I don't know yet if we're gonna play Memento at Worlds. Okay, I do see 2 Mementos on the field. It's not a Creation King, but there are 2 Mementos for a Super Poly, potentially. Do you think there are more possibilities of different decks for Worlds this year compared to last one? I think this year, my personal prediction as of now, without having played the format yet, is that I think a lot of teams are gonna have Malice and Ryzeal, and then the last decks can be everything, right? So like, it's basically, I think 2 decks are gonna be pretty much the same for everybody, and there's a Super Poly. 2 decks are gonna be very similar for most teams, and then the last 4 could be anything. All right, there's Twin Dragon. Twin Dragon effect. It's not the worst F0, because that would just add 2 cards to their hand. Why is there an Ultimate Draco Future on a Memento board? Because they play Goblin Biker Memento. Okay, Grand Breakout here, because the Draco Future would have just taken the Twin Dragon, but we chain Maxi. That's rough. I'm gonna be honest with you, you're just gonna have to push into this Maxi, or you can call by it as well. That's fine too, I suppose. That works. That works. Yep. Okay. Maxi has been negated, so no cards being drawn here. And I'm telling you right now, Dracaina is sweating right now. They are sweating in the face of Super Poly Cult by the Grave. Goblin Wacker Grand Breakout. 2 more cards in hand. Goblin Effect. I think that's a great SP Little Knight, but ooh, no response. Really? You let the Goblin happen? That, I don't know about that. Yatic Effect. Yatic to try and add back the Anguish because we haven't normal summoned yet. Anguish to hand. Normal summon Anguish. It's because of the goblin honor. Goblins don't hit other goblins. Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. I didn't know. I didn't know that's how that worked. I didn't know there was a code among goblin duelists like that. Sleepy to summon out. So it's an interesting dynamic here, because Sleepy to fuse is going to activate right away. They can use SP Little Knight here to remove one monster from the field. This fusion is a little late to the party. Because what I was thinking is maybe you try to summon the Creation King earlier, so that you can pop all of the mementos on the field to eliminate the possibility of fusing into a big Creation King on the opponent's side. But now it's like it's too late, right? The fusion summon of the Creation King is gonna happen, which means that they're gonna be able to send 3 from deck to grave. They both get a Creation King here, but I think for Satu, this Creation King is a lot stronger now than for Dracaena. It's like, yeah, it's one chain too late, essentially. We needed to summon the Creation King earlier. Okay, we're popping now. We're popping now, but... Oh, there's gonna be a... The combined creation can attack everything. They have another... They have Bone Party. They have Bone Party and they chain SP. Wait, no! No! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They can summon a combined creation and give it piercing battle damage now because the SP is gone. It's gonna have piercing battle damage. Uh-oh. This is the... Funnily enough, this is the OG win condition for this deck. When this deck first came out and it didn't have this card, and it didn't have Akihiron to make them able to attack directly, this was the win condition for this deck. It was always summon a combined creation with no other monsters on the field, give it piercing battle damage, and attack everything. This is the OG Memento win con. And just clear the field so it's not game, has Sleepy in hand. Did they add a Sleepy? Maybe. Yeah. They are taking this one. They're taking that one. I don't think there's a Sleepy. I don't think there's a Sleepy. 3,000 damage over the Draco Future. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't think it was possible. But they win the Memento Mirror here, going second with a good hand, but still. Ultimate Draco Future, SP Little Knight, combined creation, both spells set, and a Maxi in hand. Well, it's just what happens when two Memento gamers go up against each other. There's always bound to be some crazy stuff. All right. Now, congratulations for Satu for reaching the top 32 in this Memento Mirror match. Let me reset the score. I don't think we need to take a break just yet because there's still time left on the round. Why don't we just hop into table 12 and see what's going on there? I don't know what the score is for these two right now. I'd probably not 0-0 anymore because it's been a while. But let's see what we've got over here. We start things off with a Fiendsmith Tract, and it gets ashed. Okay, we got some Fiendsmith gaming over here. Is it Fiendsmith Control, my beloved? Ooh, I think it's Fiendsmith Bestial. This is peak Fiendsmith Bestial end board, by the way. Ooh, Pot of Extravagance. What does this mean? Labyrinth? Vanquish Soul? What have I just walked into? Beautiful, okay. Where's your Holy Sue? Oh, the Bestial to counter the rock is massive here. Because that's going to be a draw for Regained as well. Set 2 pass. I mean, they did a classic. They just didn't draw Raisin, right? Classic. Okay, Engraver effect. For another Tract. Tract for Lurie. Now, keep in mind, they set the Vanquish Soul trap card, so if they have all the attributes, Dark, Earth, Fire. Oh my god, dude, they just showed them a DD Crow and a Maxi. That's not good. It's not good when your opponent shows you a DD Crow and a Maxi when you're playing Fiendsmith Control. That's not very pleasant. They have Ghost Bell for the Crow, though. Honestly, I didn't think you cared about this this DD Crow. Just let him banish and draw a card with Regain, but okay. The Maxi resolves. We attack Jiaolong. They drew Raisin. Baldrake to the fence. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And now they have Raisin. Normal summon Raisin. Search another Jiaolong. Did they draw another fire? Reveal another fire. They're just summoning out Jiaolongs for days. Okay. Battle phase. Attack. This is going to put him to 800. This is Borger burn range. Link 2. Into SP, no effect. Regained to summon Baldrake. Chain SP banish itself into a Regained? What? What was that? What happened there? I felt like 10 seconds ago, Vanquish Soul had it. And then they decided to get rid of all of their Vanquish Soul cards. Nibiru is pretty good here. This Regained has created like 7 cards for them. Unironically, it's been doing crazy work. Oh no, Lacrima. Oh no, they are on. I thought the wrong player was on 800 right now. Desiree it is, yeah. Okay, Baldrake, Desiree effect, Shuffleback sequence, Sent in a Nibiru, normal summon Ghost Ogre, Threatening Aura, main phase 2, Link into Moon, and this is gonna be sequence again. This is why very often you wanna let them use sequence effect and then Nibiru afterwards, because they can sometimes remake it. All right, Desiree with 2 equip spells. Has his turnover. Magnamut, a little late to the party, but maybe still good. Super Poly with Heavy Burger. Okay, what is this? Dragostapelia? Yeah, okay. Well, that's going to be sent by Desiree, though. The regain has been doing crazy work. This Baldrake has been on the field like 6 times. Alright. And Fiendsmith Control takes down Vanquish Soul. What game was that? Was that game 3? Anissa versus M. It might have... Maybe it was game 1. With how long that game was. Because we watched it in the replay function. Like, it was faster. Maybe it was game 1. I mean, they're playing again. They're playing again, so it was definitely not game 3. Now, I want to see Vanquish Soul again. Can I see Vanquish Soul again? Oh, it's 60 cards. There's no way it's Vanquish Soul. No, that's not Raisin. That's not Raisin. Wait. Oh, grass. Wait, they don't have branded fusion access. They didn't get branded fusion. With grass. Vertade to branded fusion, okay. Oh, the grass milled 2 alt art Albaz. And now they had to show the non-alt art, the third one. The Albaz of Shame. Okay, quick Mirror Jade. Banish the Lurie immediately. Baldrake next. Banish Aluber. Rendbrum activates. Was that your only Bestial? If yes, then you're in trouble now. It seems like it. Maybe a Ghost Ogre? They played Ghost Ogre last game in the Fiendsmith deck. Albaz effect. Discard opening. I think they're resolving. I think there's no Ghost Ogre. Okay. So this is Lubellion? Titanic Clad, okay. Primite Fiendsmith, okay, based. I feel like this game is very favored for branded, but who knows? Maybe the drill beam can do some work. The drill beam might be able to do some work because you can drill beam here, then you can immediately reset it. That's a very powerful play. All right. Like we can drill beam, banish the the Titanic Clad is... Oh, we don't drill beam at all? Okay. Did we not search drill beam? We did. That was a free drill beam because you can reset it right away. Now we drill... Oh, because we have... Okay, we're just showing them the card in our hand. All right, sure, cool. We give out free information today. It's fine. We're feeling nice today. How crazy is this end phase for Branded now? There's Azamina in this Branded deck, by the way. The Cartesia would come back in the end phase. Ooh, Typhon. But it can't activate. Typhon, but it can't activate. Okay. End phase Cartesia is gonna return. Why not Chain Requiem? They activated Lordly Load to summon, which means they can't Requiem this turn. So they made the Requiem just to go into like Fiendsmith in the long run. This game, I don't think this game is over by any means, depending on what the Branded player does this turn and what kind of cards they have still that we don't know about. Then for Diabellstar. Okay. Sure. Do we allow that? Okay, we chain Requiem. Now the question is, what does Diabellstar do in this instance? We're not gonna find out because they drill beam it, but I'm wondering, like, with the hollowed Azamina in the graveyard, what would it have done? Because I think the answer might be nothing. The answer might be maybe it's better to let this go through because it might not do anything. Maybe it was bait, the Diabellstar. But okay, Lacrima is summoned from the Requiem, and we can send Paradise, which we do. So that is going to be a disruption. Normal summon Cartesia, battle phase. What a special Cartesia. Run over Typhon. Oh, if we special it, it triggers the Paradise. Yeah. We don't run over the Lacrima because we don't want it to return from the graveyard. We might just banish it with Mirror Jade right away. Maybe. But here's the thing. Now, slowly but surely, Primite is going to get them back into this game, right? Because they have the Dippity in the graveyard still. So this Ether Barrel is going to return, and the Drill Beam is going to do some real work here. But there's an Albion now in the graveyard, so there's going to be follow-up for Branded as well. But if there's another way to access Fiendsmith now, I think they might just be good here. If they play Primite Roar, for example. No Fiendsmith follow-up though? Most likely not, because Lacrima is usually a one-off. But they might, if they can do some Fiendsmith stuff, they might be able to get it back, right? They can summon Lacrima from the extra deck and summon the other Lacrima from the banished pile. That's like, it's a play they can make. So if this Lordly Load searches for Primite Roar... Oh, another Ether Barrel. Maybe no Roar in the deck? That'd be a problem. Ooh, but we drew Fiendsmith Track. Lurie is banished, however. Lurie is banished, so we're gonna have to go Engraver, discard Engraver. Okay. Still haven't reset the Drill Beam. That always makes me nervous. Like, why don't you just immediately reset the Drill Beam to make sure you can? Like, before they deal with the Ether Barrel somehow later down the line. Oh, it's time. What was the life points? Oh, I didn't even realize. What were the life points? Who was ahead? They both had 8,000? No. They Verte, right? They Verte. Oh, the Verte! The Verte cost them the game. I mean, I think Fiendsmith was winning anyways, to be fair. Because they were popping off that turn, for sure. And I don't know what disruption the branded player had left. But yeah, the Verte, it was Verte for a game. in not the good way. Okay. Cool. No, those were enjoyable games. I enjoyed that. I wish we could have seen Vanquish Soul again, but I think they are out of the tournament now with the Vanquish Soul deck, but they brought it all the way into the top 64, and even bringing it into the tournament from the beginning is cool to me. But okay, I was glad to see that. All right, you guys, we'll be back with the top 32 very, very shortly, so don't go anywhere. Hope everyone's having a good time so far, and I hope you stick around for the short break until we start our top 32. All right, and here we are again with the top 32, and I thought, why don't we check in with Darren versus Bronas here? Bronas, obviously one of our European World Championship representatives this year. So we're going to be seeing Bronas play in Paris in just about, what is it, 4 weeks? 5 weeks? Soon. 4 weeks. And they are going first here in this top 32 match. 40 cards. Set 1 pass. That's what happens when Bronas doesn't play like 49 cards or something. Dean Smith Kyrie. In response to a gold sarcophagus. Okay. Royal Dormouse. That's my biggest enemy. Okay, Fuvalos. Maxi. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Both resolve. That's not going to be a good time for Malice. So far, only 1 card drawn. March here, back to hand. Do we play into this? They've just drawn 1 card so far, and last turn they couldn't play. So maybe we just don't go in here? Yeah, we just attack. Okay. I mean, just card advantage-wise, it's looking great here for Malice. We got 8 cards. End phase Lancia. Pain Magnamud to target the Lancia. Okay. These are some interesting lines. Okay, but the Magnamud... Of course, we used the Lancia to resolve the Magnamud. That was the important part. Okay. Now, we have a Lubellion. And we will use it for Druid Worm. Now we bring back that Lubellion, and Branded Regained is a very good card against Malice. I mean, it's a good card in general, but it's a really good card against Malice. If we can get it. And we will stop that with Infinite Impermanence, which is that's a good decision. That's gonna cause you some trouble otherwise. So unfortunately, no regained here for Bronas. We have a Serenir. So we do know that there's also... Okay, Magnamud. All right. A lot of Bastille stuff happening here. Druid Swarm in response. Okay. All right. You got another Bastille... Like, you got your own Baldrake, Bronas? Pain Baldrake? No? Okay. Well, normal summon Ash Blossom. But but there's a Baldrake, sir. Sir, there's a Baldrake. Okay, I guess they were just hoping they wouldn't use the Baldrake. They were like, well, it's lost anyways. Let me just try and see if my opponent misplays. Sure, fair enough. Because, I mean, the thing is, like, the two Bystials and Ash Blossom would have never stopped the onslaught of the Malice combo next turn, right? So they were just like, let me just see if they mess this up somehow. Fair enough. But Malice takes down Fiendsmith Control in the first game here by Bronas, and Bronas is on the brink of elimination here. They need to win the next 2 games to move on to the top 16. Otherwise, this run will end in top 32. And that was also our first Malice game of the day, and it did win it, even though the opponent drew Lancia. Now, I will say the Lancia was used in a very unorthodox way. But alas. Hello, Captain. How you doing? The end phase Lancia just to be able to use your Magnamute is kind of crazy. Playing ranked. Are you getting ready for the 6 Samurai release on Monday? All right, Bystial Lubellion for Bystial Magnamute. Magnamute on Lubellion. That never feels great. Lancia, that is wild. Lancia to stop the Magnamute from happening. Set 1, set 2. Wanted. This is not Malice. This is not Malice this time around. It is something the Bellstar. White Forest, Snake Eyes. Who knows? All we know is that there is one Magnamute in Brona's hand. Everything else we don't know about. We're gonna tribute the Diabellstar from field. We're getting ashed on that. That is a good ash. They have Bonfire as well. That would have probably been an even better ash. Alright, normal summon Snake Eye Ash. Speaking of good ashes. And it resolves, there's no imperm. What did you draw, like Fiendsmith Kyrie and Fiendsmith in Paradise? What's up with that? Wait, no Poplar? Are you toggled off, Darren? Are you toggled off? Where's the Poplar? Oh my God. Snake Eye Ash. Snake Eye Ash tag out into Poplar from hand is crazy work. No. Yeah, no, I don't know how we recover from this without Oak, because Oak is forbidden. I don't know why, okay. It's fine. I don't know if it's fine. Oh, Ponix. Okay, maybe it is fine. We're playing Fire Kings. We're playing Fire King, so maybe it is fine, actually. Ita for the Ash Blossom. Okay. So that's Promethean Princess, if we want to. What is that 2 back row? Unironically, my prediction is it is Fiendsmith Kyrie and Fiendsmith in Paradise. I'm telling you right now, that's what I'm calling. Set Lancia? There's no way you don't set Lancia when you're going first. It could you did it. They didn't even know what they were going up against. It could have been Malice. You don't just set Lancia. Raging Phoenix. Now activate Sanctuary. Get Island. Island destroy Arvata. I think it's Crossout and Drill Beam. Sure. Could be. I mean, and Nibiru still goes crazy here, doesn't it? Before the Arvata comes back, it's still a good Nibiru, potentially. Destroys Kieran in the deck. Uses Kieran. This now threatens to... It's Fiends with Kyrie again. Why are you playing that? I told you it's Kyrie in Paradise. I told you it's Kyrie in Paradise, and I'm telling you 100%. They chained the Kyrie just so the Kirin would destroy the Paradise. I told you it was those two. There's no Light Fiend in the graveyard. No, there's no Light Fiend in the graveyard. Kyrie, however, does have every battle damage you take. Yes, so you would have to do 16,000 damage here to win, which is unlikely. Let's say it like that. We have 9,000 damage on the field already, but we will not quite have 16,000. Unless we have Sang and Kaiman in battle phase. The problem is, how are we going to deal with this field from the Fiendsmith Bestial perspective? Because there is an Arvata, there's a Promethean Princess, there is now an SP Little Knight. A lot of setup. And we are going to lose the Bestial Lubellion here. We are about to lose to Snake Eye Ash, add Poplar, no effect. But I guess it's good enough if you draw Kyrie and Paradise. End of main phase. We go Magnamoot. I know what that means. Banish Linkaribo. Activate effect to search. If you were a Yu-Gi-Oh card, what archetype would you be? I would be an Adignister. I'd be a Malice Extender. Yeah. Yeah. That's all that I can ever aspire to be, is a Malice Extender. Yeah. I knew there was Nip. That's why we did the Magnamoot in the main phase. Because we wanted to Nibiru after. But Darren did not fall for it. Did not fall for it at all. Held the Arvata, which was very well played. All right, we need some real help here. We need like top deck. I don't know. I'm not sure what we can draw here, to be honest with you. I was about to say evenly matched, but then they summoned the Druid Worm already, and also obviously evenly is not in their deck, but I don't know what we can draw here. End phase. That is not good. Skyburn in end phase, destroying the Druid Worm and the Arvata. So the Druid Worm can send the Raging Phoenix, but there's going to be a bunch of Fire Kings returning from the graveyard right away. And I think we are about to lose World Championship representative Bronas in top 32 here. I think the Fiendsmith control did not serve him well here. And I think they go down 0-2 in this top 32. And Darren, with Malice and Fire King, will move on into the top 16 here. Unless something very unexpected happens, but I don't see what exactly can stop Darren at this point. Arvata is back. That's already enough damage on the field. Tyrion gets destroyed. Draw for turn. We got 4,500 damage already on the field. Bronas only on 3,500. We know one of the cards in hand is a Nibiru. And Arvata and Garunix are trying to attack for game. And will succeed at doing so. And Bronas is eliminated in top 32. Darren moves on to the top 16. Well played. Well played, especially for not falling for that Nibiru bait in the last turn. Not negating the Magnamoot in the main phase 2. Well done, well done. Okay. Let's go ahead and check in at table 18. That's weird. Usually the Fire King deck is the deck that breaks all the time. Look, it's on you for putting Fiendsmith's Kyrie in your deck. I know that card's fun. But it didn't seem to do all that much in those games. I'm scared of Tenpai. Fiendsmith Kyrie does not make you survive against Tenpai. They can do 16,000 damage. Okay, we Ash Engraver. Oh, that was rough though. They had two Druis Worms. We couldn't get rid of all their Bystials. All right, goodbye Engraver number 1. Sharvara, what do you mean? What is this? Unchained? Bell? What is happening here? Yama. I was not expecting that. Escape of the Unchained. Aruha, it is Unchained. It's just Unchained. Okay. Well. So, they have a Druis Worm and a Malice Trap in hand. I don't think that breaks an Unchained board. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think that breaks what they're about to have. Unchained in Malice format is brave. I mean, it does summon Caesar, right? And Caesar is very good against Malice. At least. That's one thing it's got going for it. Going second, you're gonna have a tough time, but just do like they did here and go first. And most importantly, don't get max seed. There's the Caesar. Now, I will say the Caesar is looking less scary when there's a Druis Worm already on the field, because that can out it. Okay, we go to the battle phase right away. Now, here's the thing, though. They have to choose between attacking the Rage and outing that, or crashing into the Caesar. If you want to get rid of that Caesar for sure. They choose the Caesar. I mean, the thing is, if you go into the Rage, there's a lot of other stuff that might happen afterwards, because they get effects when it's destroyed. It's not that many effects right now, though. But okay, they choose the guaranteed removal of the Caesar. I mean, they have another Druis Worm, so they could summon that now and still attack the Soul of Rage. Right? They can go in battle phase still, Druis Worm, banish the Engraver, and then try to attack the Soul of Rage. The big question is, what's the card they drew? Because we know Druis Worm, we know a Malice Trap, we don't know what the... I mean, if the card they drew is Dormouse, that might change everything. Alright, we banish the second Engraver, so both Engravers are now banished, which is big. Druis Worm can now try to attack the Soul of Rage. Will they protect it with the Escape? They do. Okay, Escape, target probably Aruha and Druis Worm. Druis Worm already once per turn used, so can't send anything. And now we can Aruha to summon one from deck. That's just gonna be a Rakea. Okay. Now, how do we play in main phase 2 is the question. I mean, I guess normal summon Dormouse is the answer, right? Normal summon Dormouse would be pretty good against Rage. Nope. Okay, end phase. End phase is not great because the follow-up here for Unchained is definitely good. We can go Shayama, destroy Rakea, and go from there. We basically need, I think Max C is what we need. Or Malice here. We need Max C, and then we need some good draws off of it. They are thinking about going battle phase right away, I think. Fiendish Rhino Warrior. So right now this is 4,700. They have the trap that revives an Unchained. And there is no Maxi. Okay, at that point, I don't think there's a singular card that can stop them here. I don't think that exists. If that card, if they didn't have Maxi, I think that's probably it. What does Fiendish Rhino Warrior send here? Just another Sharvara, okay. They have something, but what is that going to be? It can't really be a Bestial, right? Because they probably would have done that last turn already to attack the Rage. I don't know. It's always a March Hare. It could be a March Hare, yeah. I mean, that wouldn't do anything, yeah. Alright, Sarama destroys the chamber, and that's gonna summon one from the deck, and I think it's an Imperm, okay. Well, that answers every question, and that's gonna be the end of this game. I don't know what the score was. There's 17 minutes left on the round, so it might not have been game 3. I guess we'll see if these duelists are going back for another game, or if it was game 3. No, someone's returning to the table. Okay, maybe it's game 3 now. Let me see. Dino Chief. First game was won by the other player. Looks like that was game 2. Looks like we're gonna get a third game between these two. March Hare should quick link during the opponent's turn. Yeah, March Hare is definitely not good enough of a card already. Yeah. I agree with you. March Hare should do more. Alright, duelists getting ready for the third game. Game 2 was Unchained defeating Malice. So I would assume that Malice is going to go first now, but I don't know if they want to play Unchained going second, or if they have another deck that's better at that. We're about to find out. All right. They are going first. Which Malice starter is it today? That one. That's my favorite Malice starter, actually. All right, Dino Chief draws for turn. Maxi, though. Chain Fiendsmith Sanct. Oh, I think it is Unchained again. The bad news is that the Maxi resolved and it's unchained. So are we really playing into this? They couldn't play last turn. We are playing into it. Okay, well, that's the beautiful part about just watching is we can just lean back and observe what's gonna happen now. We are at no risk. The risk is all on Dino Chief. We just lean back and we watch. Okay, never mind. You know what? Nah, you got it. You got it under control. You're good. All right, cool. That's fine. I didn't say anything. You're fine. All right. Never mind. Okay, Imperm on Lacrima. I mean, that's the thing, right? Malice might not go down without a fight here. Cross out, though. On Infinite Impermanence. Okay. You're telling me you had cross out and you just let the Max C go? I mean, I guess you had Droll Lockbird. Sure. I would have still been tempted to just take... to not even give one drop, but I guess this is also pretty good. They have more. I mean, that's the thing, right? Malice plays so much strong non-engine that if they ever don't have a play, they are very likely to just have a bunch of those. I think it's already lucky that they didn't have a Bestial. But, like, Dominus Impulse is also a real threat. Impulse on sequence here is massive. Yep, that's gonna destroy too, because we had that Imperm. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, Fiendsmith Sanct reset though, clutch. All right, now because Dominus Impulse was used, they can no longer Nibiru or anything like that. So if they can Unchained combo here, they would probably be fine. They would probably win, but they cannot. They have to go to end phase. Okay, Malice gets another turn. They've drawn 2 new cards since last turn. One of the Maxi, one for turn. Did they find a play? Chessy Cat, normal summon. Effect. Okay, they did draw a Malice with the Chessy Cat. White Rabbit. Oh my god. Okay, now it's going down. Now it's going down. All right. Okay. White Rabbit returns. Set a Malice trap. They may have had Chessy before. Yeah, they could. They maybe had Chessy with no other like Malice card or Bestial. It's possible. Hey, the Maxi Imperm Impulse combo was too much for Unchained here, and Malice, after not playing at all on the first turn, does it all on the third turn and actually takes this game off of Dino Chief and advances to the top 16. All right. There's not much time left, but let me see if there's another match still going on. We have Arctic 7 versus Justinian over here. Let's go into this game. I assume this is game 3 because we are late into the round, but I don't know for sure. But I'll just make it 1-1 on screen just because I think that's the most likely. We'll see. All right, and we have Justinian going first. Allure of Darkness. Banish Dormouse. Chain Maxi. Chaining Maxi here is always odd because like they could have drawn this Ash Blossom with the allure. It's always scary. I think you should just allure. You should probably just Maxi the before the allure, right? Just in the off chance that they don't have an answer to Maxi yet, it's like they have 3 Ash Blossom, 2 Called By, and a Crossout in their deck that the allure could draw, which is a lot of cards. Some play Gamma though. Yeah, but Gamma is way less likely than the other outcomes, right? Because like you're still gonna Maxi on an open board, right? Even the Gamma is more likely after the allure than before the allure, right? That's not really an argument. Like if you go Maxi the Dormouse in the banished pile, then you may as well, you know, you still get Gamma. Banish that Maxi. And talents. Oh no. We have Nibiru as well, but they don't fall for it. They don't Apple any. Oh, okay. I mean, it's not gonna do anything. Is the crazy part. I mean, it does something, but the white binder is still gonna come back. And now talents resolve. Look at Serenir and Regained. A Regained and the Dream against a white binder and 4 cards in hand. Reset GWC. Link 2. Link 4 actually. Firewall Dragon. Set 2 more and pass. Yeah, what do you think wins? 1 Regained or that? Yeah, who knows? Up for debate. They can make the Nibiru small. If they summon into a zone that ransom points, the Nibiru will be 600. Yup. No, don't, no, not the Typhon. No. The win rate is already low enough. Oh, God. He was here for so short, too. It was so short. Come on, that doesn't... Come on, don't calculate that for the win rate. Come on, that it does not, it doesn't, we don't have to, it was there for a split second. Just a split second. No, no, no. It does not count. It doesn't count. No. It does not count. Okay. That was our top 32, everybody. Gonna go on a very, very quick break. And then we are back with the top 16 in just a moment. Hopefully, we'll see Typhon win a game in top 16. That's surely gonna happen. All right, we'll be right back. All right. Top 16. It's already down to 16 players. We started with 128 just a moment ago, it feels like, but 16 are left. And we are going to check in with one of these 8 matches that we have. Let's check table 1. No Penance versus Ohimi, because they have just started. All right, and No Penance gets to go first here. 41 versus 40. Gold Sarcophagus. I don't think that's going to be a Tenpai card. Yep, that's Malice. Yeah, the Malice are coming out. We are nearing the end of the tournament. I mean, still got a decent amount of stuff left, but now is when the Malice are starting to show. Dominus Impulse on the White Rabbit, though. Not bad. Seemingly a Malice mirror match, although it could be a different deck. You know, Impulse can be played in Malice. It can be played in Mermail. It can be played in Tenpai. A lot of decks that could. Set 1. That's not a great sign. Link 1. And that's it. Okay. 1 Dominus Impulse here ends the turn for Malice. And the winner is Malice. Well. Ooh, a Maxi right away. There's an Ash. They got the answer for everything. Okay. Well. We're setting GWC off of this. Interesting. Normally, you would expect the MTP-07 to be the first set. Link Decoder. Activate March here. Oh, how do you like that? A little bit of your own medicine. A Dominus Impulse on their own, but no trap in the graveyard, so this March here is going to stay there. Do we have a Bestial or something else to help us here? Because otherwise, they might just be passing back and forth to Dominus Impulse. Battle Phase. Link 1 on Link 1 Violence. The Link Decoder and the Lingaribo. Same stat. Ooh, the Magnamoot though. All of a sudden, even though their turn ended last turn with just Impulse, they are looking back on top of it. Oh, the Super Poly, it's going... Can they make a second Cyberse here? Can they make a second Cyberse? No, this is Mud Dragon, isn't it? Yeah. That's not a Cyberse. Last time I checked. Super Poly in Malice is interesting. Haven't seen that very often. The extra deck usually tight. Dark. Oh, if they have room for Super Poly targets and Dark the Dark Charmer, then yes, that'd be really good here. But I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's the case. And because it's... I mean, we can SP Little Knight, actually. We can SP Little Knight our own White Rabbit and then pop off. Play Dark. Okay, I did not expect them to have room for that, but okay, that's gonna be clutch here. Never mind, there's Effect Veiler. Oh. How do they keep having the perfect answers to each other? But now, I mean, now it's done. They have no more, there's no more surprises left. They can't have another surprise answer. This is it. It's your Euros opponent? No, if it was my Euros opponent, then one of them would have had an unplayable hand. But they could play. Different. Yeah, and Malice wins. Surprising when it's a Malice versus Malice game 1. But Ohimi is 1 game away from the top 8 of today's Challenger Cup. Are you gonna play Runic in the event? I mean, not today, but maybe we'll play a little bit of it on Monday. Even though on Monday, probably, I mean, I might be focused on Ryzeal. We'll see. It's funny because even though their hand was very, very good, they still would have passed back if the opponent did not give them super poly targets during the battle phase, right? Like the super poly is what made them play. Because they played into the super poly in the battle phase is the only reason why they were able to extend. I don't even know why they'd use the Magnamute in the battle phase, to be honest. Like, why did they protect the what were they trying to do when they attacked the Lingaribo with the Link Decoder? And they were like, let me activate Magnamute here. Right? And that gave them the extender, basically. Oh, Lancea. Oh, called by. They wanted to do it before the board was empty. Yeah, but they could have done it on their own turn, right? White Rabbit, effect. That GWC. Normal summon Ash Blossom. Okay. Now this line is going to be a little bit more weird than usual because we've already used the field spell. So we're going to have to do something different than usual. Right? We search another underground here, but we can't use it. So if you just make Appaloosa here, you are done, right? Like, you can't do anything else. Oh god, the Kaiba Corporation. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. That is a lot. That's very generous. I appreciate that. I spelled the last part wrong. What? Kaiba Corporation? True. I didn't even notice that. My head just corrected it automatically. If you didn't say that, I would not have seen it. Wait, how did this? Oh, we activated GWC. Okay, that's how we got banished. This is very weak into Nibiru now because we couldn't make the early Appaloosa. But there is no nib, I don't think. Okay, we ashed the Chessy Cat. Sure. I mean, ashing Chessy Cat on the one hand is pretty good. On the other hand, it just feels like so little. You're just preventing the bonus for them, right? You're preventing the bonus draw too on top of everything else. It's a free -1. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. All right, Splash Mage revives Chessy Cat. Next step, White Binder. White Binder to banish. What have we not used yet? I think we've used everything. Jesse, Rabbit, Ransom, Warmouth. Yeah, we've used these all. We get MTP07 off of the White Binder, and we don't use it at all. Okay, so the end board is weaker here. The problem is just that, like, the opponent has already used 2 cards, and it's gonna be rough to play into this with 4 cards. Aha. That's not gonna make it easier, believe it or not. That is not going to make it easier. Ash for Maxi, but there is a card called Appaloosa on the field. Yep. Chain Super Poly would have gone hard. Now we have 3 cards against Appaloosa, White Binder, and a Maxi that's already active. I feel like we're headed into a game 3. My personal prediction. All right, MTP for White for March here. Banish the Chessy Cat. The Chessy Cat is going to try to return. The Appaloosa is going to say no. And then we need an extender here to even play the field spell. And we have the field spell. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Now, here's the funny thing, right? If No Penance never draws anything here, they could lose this turn. If they just don't find any Dominus Impulse, Nibiru, Ash, whatever else it is that they play, they could potentially lose. So, I mean, of course you go for it here with Malice. You try and get them. Because maybe you get lucky and they just don't find anything. The problem is it's gonna be a lot of you're gonna have to do a lot of damage here, right? Because they have a March here already. We know that. So they can go March here, banish ransom, which is gonna be like a lot of bodies. Because there's gonna be a 2300 attack Whitebinder, a 2300 attack ransom, like 2 Malice monsters in defense position. It's gonna be tough to do damage over this. They play Bisteals too, probably. Yeah. Okay, he is Dark, the Dark Charmer. Which is a little odd against the March here in hand. They let it happen. Okay, Chessy Cat. And there's Nib. There's Nib very early on. Why do they nib here? Oh, the Chessy Cat. They don't want to give the Chessy Cat a draw. Sure. Yeah, and that's most likely gonna be it for this game. Attempting to leave main phase, but they are not done yet. They're like, your turn? No, our turn. You don't end it. You don't get to end your turn yet. Oh, summoning the March Hare in attack position is mean. All of this off of the 1 March Hare. Still. Alright. And with that, please end your turn, sir. So your opponent can start their turn with 4 monsters and 9 cards in hand. We could just move into the battle phase here. The set card is one of the Malice traps. It's a GWC. Okay, actually, you do have to do a little bit more. Because if it's GWC, then it's not game yet. But we can just make access code, yeah. And that's going to be the equalizer for this series. We are headed into a 3rd game between No Penance and Ohimi. So far, both games have been Malice mirror matches. We shall see how the 3rd one ends. All right, battle phase. A Bestial could have, you know, prolonged the game a little bit, but you wouldn't have won anyways. All right, so 1-1. 1-1 in top 16. And the 3rd game is going to decide the winner. There is 25 minutes left, so that should not be a problem. That should not be an issue for these players. Okay. Players seem to be ready for the 3rd game. Let's see if they bring Malice again. I mean, so far, they've both played Malice in both games, so I'd be a little surprised if they didn't queue Malice for the third game, but who knows? Maybe they have an ace up their sleeve for this specific situation. All right, and it's gonna be Ohimi going first here. Considering the options, does not seem to be obvious what you start with yet, but they decided on White Rabbit. So they did draw a combo hand. Setting GWC. Setting GWC? Okay. Link Decoder. March Hair Effect. Banish White Rabbit. White Rabbit returns. It's over. Wait, this is you, Gengi? You've been complaining all tournament that I didn't spectate you, but your name is different in Master Duel from Twitch. After you said you were sad that you didn't spectate, that I didn't spectate, I was looking for your name, and I never found it. Which is like that. You need to tell me that. How am I supposed to know who I'm supposed to spectate if your name is just different? Okay, Underground Banish Dormouse here, indicating that either we drew Malice in the Mirror or we don't play Malice in the Mirror, right? Which I think most people play Malice in the Mirror, but I've seen some people play without it. It's possible. One hell of a mind gear if they just have impermanent here. they have something, right? There is a toggle. What if they just lied? Nah, I just goofed. Okay, now you gold Sark for Malice in the Mirror. Okay, well, I mean, that's a crazy course correction. I feel like at this point, look, hear me out, okay? At this point, you could have just acted like you don't play Malice in the Mirror and no one would have noticed because your combo is probably good enough without it. Now you've shown us that you messed up a little bit, which was probably just better to not show that. Honesty is important. Yeah. You know what's also important is maybe focusing on your top 16 match instead of typing in Twitch chat, but who am I to judge? I break this, don't worry. Okay. It's funny how they're both here. They're just both here chatting. All right, GWC brings back Ransom. Pay 900 for White Binder. I guess we can make Cryptor here as well. It's funny how like Cryptor is the boss monster for Malice, arguably, and it's probably the least summoned Malice card. Not just probably, definitely. All right, you said you can break this. Now break it. I will be very impressed if you do. Set 2 more, 4 cards in hand. End phase. 6 cards in hand. Hey, we know what? That is just a taste of your own medicine from last game. All right, we have cross out for it. They have cross out for it, but it's still, now they have 1 less card to play. They have 1 less card to play with, just 5 cards. That's going to make it even harder. Normal summon Dormouse. Activate Dormouse. You let it happen, and now you just Appaloosa the name in the banished pile. I think that's better. Chain Malice in the mirror. Okay, you know what? This is not bad if it goes through. Oh, that resolves. Okay. So we're banishing from hand a March Hare. We bring back a Chessie Cat. The March Hare activates to go back to hand. I don't know if we're getting close to breaking this yet. We still, I mean, there's a Cryptor banish for the Chessie Cat immediately to stop it from drawing. GWC first, okay. All right, White Binder returns. We gain 2,300. We definitely still need, like, all 3 cards in hand need to be crazy. We know one of them is March Hare, which is not a bad card to have, but the other 2 need to also be great. Thoughts on Red Reboot versus Malice? It's not a bad card for the matchup because you counter like the Malice traps and you counter something like Impulse and Imperm. So it has value. It's not bad. But it the problem is they still have a lot of other stuff in monster form that you have to worry about, right? So it really depends. But it's not bad. What's even great here? I'm not sure what it could be. If I had Gold Sark and Called By instead of Lancia and GWC, I might have a chance. So did you draw Lancia for a turn? I mean, surely you didn't have it last turn. course. Yeah. Yeah. There's MTP. You're not going to get those Chessy Cat draws. They will not allow it. Goodbye. Unfortunately, you're not watching my game 3. I bought an interesting deck. We can check it out after if there's time left. This game is about to end. We have some time left on the round. I think we can check it out unless everyone else is already done and top 4 starts right away. Link Disciple. And now March here. And now Impulse. Goodbye, March here. Yeah. Yeah, you should have drawn that Lancia a card earlier. Have you considered that? Have you considered that Lancia is much stronger when you draw it on their first turn? It's just a tip. Well, they had called by anyways. My bad. That's okay. Okay. Just turn the rabbit to attack and attack. Thank you. At least Malice lost. I mean, I guess when two Malice go against each other, one has to win and one has to lose. It is true. It is true. Okay, what was the replay you wanted me to check out? It was Jordanian against Milito. Okay, let's see what's going on here. You said check out my game 3. I brought an interesting deck. It's Malice. You brought Malice. We are still in game 3. Oh, this is not the game you meant. Okay. Never mind then. Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Ah, here. Okay, my bad. Okay. What is it? Okay, I'm listening. The chat is gonna be so mad at you right now. They're gonna be so mad because you said interesting deck and you started with a Fiendsmith card. But I feel you. Oh, wait. Wait. It's probably Fiendsmith Chimera, right? With an evil hero package. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a cool deck. Atchwork to hand. And Baphomet sends Sinister Necrom. Even though we already have Fiendsmith, but we can still go into a sequence, I suppose. Ooh, Impulse though. Impulse the sequence. Atchwork. Job's not done. Can we poly into a Chimera? Fiend and Fiend. Into Magnum the Reliever. That's a cool card. I didn't know you could. I did not. I've never seen that. I've never seen a Magnum the Reliever equipped with a sequence. All right, 5 cards in hand. Imperm is massive on the Caesar. That's a problem. Mag C though. Followed by. Banish to destroy the set card. Okay. That was MTP 7. But if they have a Malice starter now, there's a problem, right? Dormouse. Lacrima for Requiem. Okay, do we play Paradise? Is the big question. We're just not gonna find out. None of our business, chat. That's funny. But does that actually, is that good enough? Because they chain the March here? I don't think that's good enough. They just link 3 and attack it. Because the Dormouse resolved, this is just too big. You don't need an extra deck answer to this when you have a battle phase. Maybe, I mean, we can't do it later, right? Because they're gonna have Apple. But yeah, we do survive, but we have no cards, and they're going full Malice combo right now. I love Apple on their Impulse. Oh, that's true. We could have waited with the Chaos Hunter. I forgot about Impulse too, though. Wait, but maybe then maybe it's winnable then. Maybe it's winnable? Can't they just pop everything with access code? I mean, the thing with access code, it does have 3 pops. Yeah, it pops a lot of stuff. It's rough. 6,300 access code is crazy. Oh, come on. How do you not get punished for blind allure? Okay, so they have MTP 7 for a blind for a non-target banish. The opponent has Fiendsmith follow up in the graveyard, but that's about it. So Engraver is probably gonna get banished, and then maybe if they drew a 1-card combo, they have a chance. If the card in hand is nothing. We also have Sinister Necrom for a dusted gold. Sequence equip. MTP 7 now. Chain Chimera fusion? Now they just banish what you summon, no? Aerial Eater. I mean, I guess it's game no matter what you do, yeah. Because if you let him banish with MTP 7, you have one monster and you can't Chimera Fuse either. Bro, they lost? They lost. They went first, they made Caesar. They made Caesar. They got hand trapped like... They had a Chaos Hunter in hand. It was Impulse, Imperm called by Dormouse. That's crazy. Impulse, Imperm called by Dormouse. And one other card. That's a crazy hand. Yeah, the Imperm on Caesar was clutch. Alright. And Malice defeats Chimera here in the top 16 and moves on into the top 8. Alright, well played, duelists. The top 8 is upon us. It's not going to be long. We're going to go on a very, very short break before the top 8 begins. Hope everyone is enjoying the game so far. And I hope you'll stick around for the top 8 in just a moment. I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, gamers, the tournament is about to get even more exciting because the top 8 has just started and these are our matchups. I want to jump into, I believe table number 3 has 2 players we haven't seen at all today yet in yugioh versus Shogun. So let's go ahead and check in with table number 3 here for top 8. All right. Ooh, that's like branded sleeves. Oh, that's 42. That looked bigger. Okay. Anyways, Memento. Another Memento duelist trying to secure the Memento playmat. Okay. They're pretty close. Oh, the Gatic from hand, though. But it still works. It actually still combos here if there's no interruption. There's an impulse. That's good. That's gonna be strong. Link 2. Oh, SP pass. That's not a great sign. The SP1 set pass. All that of just one Dominus Impulse. Normal summon White Rabbit. Chain Lancia. Chain March Hare. Oh, that's good. March Hare here is good. Banishes another March Hare though. That's not ideal. But now that the Lancia has resolved, we can't even use the SP Little Knight anymore. So March Hare in banished pile to add itself back to the hand. But now we can potentially just go Splash Mage and the SP Little Knight cannot interrupt it. I don't understand why you wouldn't shotgun a Lancia when you see an impulse. Well, I think that's the general question of, do you always shotgun Lancia against Malice because they could have Malice March here? Because sometimes, especially in grindier game states like this, where they don't know, you don't know if they have a play next turn, right? Maybe you want to prevent your opponent from being able to just hold their Malice cards until the next turn, right? Like if they only, let's say they only have the Malice field spell or a gold sarcophagus or one Dormouse, you kind of want them to commit that card so you can out it. So it's, yeah. So. All right, talents on talents violence. Just trait the talents. Battle phase, attack the SP. And this is rough for Memento here. Not much they can draw, I think, to beat this board. And they call it a day here. Even though they had the Lancia, they were stopped by a single impulse. And the Lancia did not do enough here. Because they made the decision to risk losing to March Hare. And they lost to March Hare. They also lost the talent. But that is the first game to Malice. And Memento goes down in the first one. Maybe they're not on Verte. I mean, judging from how that turn went, they are not playing Verte because Verte was going to be very good there. But what's going to happen in game 2? Is Justinian going to win another Challenger Cup? I mean, maybe. There's a lot of good players in this top 8 that I've seen in previous Challenger Cups. I don't think Justinian is the only previous Challenger Cup winner here. I know Mez UK has won Challenger Cups before. Wait, they blind seconded? Selected going second. Okay. Well, that's bold. Against the Malice Duelist, we just picked second. I guess, you know what? Mez UK is also kind of known for playing Tenpai, right? That is also a thing, right? There's some players that are just known for playing Tenpai. And Mez UK, I definitely remember in previous Challenger Cups casting Mez UK on Tenpai. That's definitely happened. Yeah. So it's not like, it's not completely unreasonable, but they did win this mind game here. They did win this mind game because they are not on Tenpai. They are just going first with Malice, but they are going up against a Fuvalos here. There's a March here. That's going to bring the Chessy Cat onto the field. Likely with another Malice card in hand. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't do it this way. Because this could have been a Dormouse otherwise. No Chessy effect. Okay, interesting. We're going for Red Ransom. That is the first draw for the Fuvalos. Oh, and we chain Chaos Hunter, discarding another Chaos Hunter. Maybe this is the... Maybe that's the reason why they go blind second, because they have an anti-Malice deck here. It seems like it, at least. Called by? I mean, do you really think they have called by? They probably would have used called by on Fuvalos. I mean, not guaranteed, but likely. So that Chaos Hunter is gonna make it tough for Malice. The crazy part when you compare Chaos Hunter to Lancia, of course Lancia is like the safer option because they can't remove it from the field, it just lingers for a turn. But Chaos Hunter, if you can ever stick a Chaos Hunter onto the field and it goes unanswered, it just like makes it so much less likely that they can play on future turns. Like even if they stop you on your turn or whatever, or even if you bricked afterwards, like the Chaos Hunter can just walk the game home for you. It's Unchained again. Wait, this is a different player than earlier though, right? Blind second Blind second Chaos Hunter Unchained. Okay, that's a wild brew. Can't called by a Chaos Hunter. That's also true. Yeah, that's true. But you also can't Chaos Hunter a called by. Chaos Hunter is a fiend. It has some implications in this deck. Yeah. Yeah, he could have called by the Chaos Hunter in this game because they discarded another Chaos Hunter, but that's not what they meant, guys. They meant in general you can't called by Chaos Hunter, of course. Now, here's the thing. One card that could get Malice out of this situation is a Nibiru. Nibiru this board, and all of a sudden the Chaos Hunter is gone and the combo might end. The last card in hand, March here. The March here is in the graveyard. I don't know if we know about a second one. Maybe we do, and I missed it, but I don't know. I don't think so. I think they went add Chessy Cat last turn with the MTP and then banished it for the only Marcher we know. Or we knew. There's Imperm. Imperm on Chaos Hunter. And now we go Malice in the Mirror? Or what? Okay. Well, there goes the ransom. In this case, I'm also pretty sure they do play Fiendsmith in this deck. So they could turn the Underworld Goddess into a Requiem. I'm pretty sure they could. Oh, but there's a Druid's Worm. It's weird because I don't know who's ahead right now. Because if the two sets, I mean, one of the sets is Malice in the Mirror, which can negate something. If the other set is like, I don't know, Dominus Impulse or something, then maybe Malice is actually ahead right now because their setup is actually pretty good for next turn. They have a really strong setup for next turn. If Unchained can't finish the game here, or at least do some major like cleanup, they gotta like clear the entire board and make like a Caesar or something. Okay, Sarama effect onto the Aruha. They can just bring back Chaos Hunter. They could bring back Chaos Hunter, yeah. But only if they get that far. Right? Like, let's say hypothetically, Malice in the Mirror negates Sarama here. They make Requiem. The Requiem gets Impulse. If they don't have an extender, they're not going to do anything. Ooh, set 1 is not a great sign, is it? I mean, Unchained sometimes sets a card and then tries to pop it with like Sharvara, but end phase? End phase? Okay, another Lancia, that's good. Change EWC though. Wait, yeah, Goddess negates that. Okay. No battle phase? I mean, they didn't want to attack the Druid Swarm because it would have sent the Goddess. That part I understand, but this also means they don't play Fiendsmith, right? Now, this is a crazy anti-malice deck. Do you know what the craziest part about this is? Is how close this game still is. They drew a Fuvalos, it resolved. They had 2 Chaos Hunters, a Lancia, and they had Trap plus Aruha, and it's still super close, and I don't know if they're winning actually. Right? Like they could lose this just off of not having a combo next turn. Normal summon March here. Link 2. Can't be Splash Mage. It's Dark the Dark Charmer. Okay. Druid Swarm is going to send Goddess, which will succeed because it does target. The only thing that Goddess is unaffected from is stuff that doesn't target it. So there goes the Goddess. And now we go Escape of the Unchained, destroy Sarama and Dark, which is going to trigger Sarama to summon, but it's also going to trigger Dark to search. However, whatever they search here, because they're under Lancia, it's not going to matter. They can search another March here for next turn if they play 3, because 2 are already gone. 2 are already gone. But is one Sarama resolving already? Is that guaranteed combo for Unchained? No, right? Because they couldn't use Yama here. Because of their own Lancia. Oh, talents to draw 2. Okay, I mean taking the Shayama wouldn't do anything. Talents to draw 2. End phase. Okay. I will say, if Unchained draws any summonable monster here, they can probably combo. Okay, it's a summonable monster. Oh, and they get Fuva. Oh, Unchained under Fuva. Unchained after Fuva in the middle of the game. Uh-oh. Oh, no. And you know they already have a March here. Wait, why are you destroying your own Ash? Oh, for trigger Yama. Okay, sure. Actually, you know what? That cooks. That actually cooks. Okay, Yama effect. Summons from the graveyard is not going to give a Fuva draw here. Oh, you know what? This is a Caesar in one summon from the extra deck. If you bring back Sharvara here. Oh, or... Okay, you know what? That's better. Bring back Chaos Hunter. Never mind. Yeah, that's good. Oh my, I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's no Fuva draws. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's good. That's probably good. Now, don't you dare top deck Imperm right now. Oh my god, dude. This game was a roller coaster, I'm telling you. I thought one player was winning, then I thought the other player was winning, then I thought the other player was winning again. And then the Yama bringing back the Chaos Hunter is what sealed the deal. Oh my, okay. And that was just game 2. They're headed into a third game. And here's the thing. What do you do now as the Malice player? Do you just play Malice again when you know they have this Unchained deck with like infinite Lancias and Chaos Hunters? You just play Malice again? Because that seems scary. All right, let's find out. All right, we got Meds UK going first. And we are not willing to queue the Malice deck into that Unchained deck again. We are going for Primite. And we are ashing a Maxi. Even it's Primate Blue Eyes, but we still want a special summon, so we ash the Maxi. And yeah, that if they have Lancias and Chaos Hunters now, that's gonna look a lot worse. Oh, and the talents. You hate to see it punished by using the Maxi in the main phase here. It's Memento though. Memento against Blue Eyes, and that's not a great hand going second. They take away the combined creation. Okay, they leave them with the talents in hand. Okay. But, I mean, 2 Goblin Biker Grand Breakout and a Talents is currently not looking very good. But it could. Blind second Memento. It's not blind second. It's because after the first game in a Challenger Cup, the coin flip actually doesn't matter. The player that lost the previous game gets to pick first or second. So they tell them, like in a private message, they tell them, I want to go first, I want to go second. And then even if they win the coin flip, they have to choose second. So it's not like they didn't want to go second, but like they had to. Okay, they opened Ether Barrel, Sage, Talents, and Ash Blossom for the Maxi. That's crazy. And just like that, the opponent is like down to 3 cards already, and they're gonna stare down like the full board for Blue Eyes. The best possible board for Blue Eyes, right? They're gonna have the trap, they're gonna have an effect veiler, they're gonna have a drill beam, they're gonna have the synchro, like. And they even know their hand. They even know the hand is 2 breakout and a talent. So they need to draw a summonable monster, otherwise the hand already does nothing. And even if they draw a summonable monster, they still have to be able to beat all that. Which is very unlikely, I think. Normally when someone makes a strong board, I like to say, if there's any deck that can break it, it is Memento, and that is usually true. But when I already know their hand, it's rough. It's rough. Immediately tag out into the Ultimate Spirit. Tag out with that as well. Do you play Crimson Dragon? They do. Okay. Admit it, you only play Crimson Dragon because you have a royal one. I think it's a valid reason. I totally understand. This is a going first deck. Blue Eyes is super good into Malisate. Yeah, I mean that it looks like it's the deck that they like to queue after, like after game one when they know they can go first. Okay, we top deck Darkblade. We top deck Darkblade, but that's not gonna. It's not gonna cut it. No. Activate Majesty. That is non-target. So even if you chain Breakout, not gonna do anything. Your Talents is not live because they did everything in draw phase. And you have nothing to tribute for the Breakout. And this is the power of perfect information when you know exactly the cards in your opponent's hand. You don't have to play around anything here. You know, like, okay, it's Talents and 2 Goblin Biker spells, so the non-target destruction from the trap card will just end their turn. And that is well played by Mess UK. And nothing that Shagan could have done here in this game. And Blue Eyes moves on into the top 4 of today's Challenger Cup for Mez UK. Well played. And they finish it off in style with the Blue Eyes animation as well. All right. Okay. So Mez UK moves on 2-1. Let's check in with Tengen Toppa and Ohimi, 2 players we've seen previously. Let's see what the score is real quick. Ohimi with a win here. Okay, it seems to be game 2, and Ohimi seems to be up a game. All right, which allows Tengen Toppa to go first in game 2. Sage with Eyes of Blue, another Blue Eyes here in top 8. Not starting with Primate though. But Sage is good enough. All right, Blue Eyes and Maiden. Had to turn off stream because hearing you commentate makes me really nervous. That's okay, don't worry. You played fine. All right, Sage for Effect Veiler. And then True Light. True Light to special summon. Okay, we don't want to go for the trap card. And we go for the Spirit Dragon line immediately. Okay, we go for the risky line here in top 8 with the Spirit Dragon. We commit heavily into an Nibiru here, but the payoff for this is very strong if it works out. We see another Crimson Dragon come down here. Not a royal one this time around. And that's going to be the Sifr Divine Dragon. All right. And that is the setup. Oh, that is such a good answer to that setup. The Super Poly. We haven't seen it in a lot of Malice decks, but it's done good work for Ohimi today. And that's brutal. We have Lancea. So we're going to summon Blue Eyes from the grave to stop the Garua from attacking directly. Maiden jumps out the graveyard. Garua does not continue. Set 1 pass. Majesty in the end phase. Reveal. Destroy GWC. Draw for turn. Might be able to recover from the Super Poly right now with the Lancea draw. Neo Kaiser Seahorse special summon. Make target Maiden to increase its level, which triggers its effect to bring something back. This is really strong. Brings back Sage. Maiden becomes a level 2, so we can now make Baron with this. Yep. Make the Baron even stronger with the field spell, and then link one into Spirit. And this is 8,000 damage. They have to march here at the end of the main phase, which they negate with Baron, because they want to go for game here. Destroy the march here. Go to battle phase. 17, 3,000, and 38. Man, what a back and forth. The super poly was, I was like, oh, that's the craziest answer they could have had to this board. And then the Lancia is like, that's the craziest answer they could have had against their entire deck. So we're going into a third game here. They've already started. Because we were catching up on the replay. They've already started game 3. Let's see what's going on here. Of course, Ohimi gets to go first here in the third game. And there's a Molcharmy Purulia. Okay. Normal summon Dormouse. Pain Molcharmy Fuvalos. This one we cross out. Okay, we don't have a cross out for the Purulia, understandably so. But we do have Fuvalos in the deck for cross out. So that is not going to resolve. We go for March here though, which is interesting. Under Purulia, you would think you would rather summon from Banished rather than adding a March here. Right? Because now we go Link Decoder, and now we have to give another draw to the Purulia, which that could be a maxi. This looks like it wasn't. One card combo Dormouse needs to go for March here. I mean, what if you go Dormouse, Rabbit, Set. I guess it's different if you don't play TB11, yeah. I've liked TB11 in Master Duel, to be honest. I kind of liked it. When I played Malice, which has been a while ago. But yeah, maybe the one extra draw for the Purulia is not the biggest deal. Yeah, maybe I'm behind. Okay, there is something here. I can't help but wonder how Ryzeal is gonna fit into this metagame on Monday. It is such an exciting... It's gonna be such an exciting day, the Monday. I'm really looking forward to it. All right, draw 2. Activate White Rabbit. We didn't set with White Rabbit yet, did we? Okay, maybe they drew the traps, or they only play the one? We don't know the one that's set, right? They just set it from hand. Yeah. Maybe they only play MTP07. Some people do that. But it's GWC. It's not MTP07. Okay. But there's no way they don't play 07, right? That's the one... Like, MTP07 is the one trap that you have to play in every Malice list, right? Like, I've seen lists without TB11. I've even seen lists without GWC. I don't think that's crazy either. I think you can. But MTP07, I think you have to play, right? All right. So, I mean, 6 cards in hand still after getting a cross out of your opponent. So the Perulia drew 2 cards. Can't really complain about getting 2 draws out of Perulia in the current format with Malice. It's basically all they have to do is normal summon and special march here sometimes. So we've got 6 cards here. And we'll see what kind of deck it is. I mean, oh, that's a good start. I think it's Tenpai. I think we've spectated Tengen Toppa in the very first round of the tournament, actually, in top 128. And I think they had a Tenpai deck. And that's a good start to the turn. Especially if they decided to set, like, Impulse. It was the MTP07. It was a gold sarcophagus. Okay, nothing too crazy there. But they do lose the MTP07 for now. They can potentially reset it, right? Because Whitebinder banishes it now. Then Heart Scripter could put it back into the deck. And then they can still banish a White Rabbit with the March here. And then reset it, right? Which is crazy that they can do that, by the way. Like, they can get an MTP07 back. Why this MTP07 will have gone everywhere this turn, basically. It's gone from field to grave to banish, back to deck, back to field. If they do all that. It was never in hand, yeah. In this turn, yeah. That's the one place it hasn't been. Raigeki now. And we're talking. Oh god, that's basically Raigeki, right? Oh god. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. You can, I mean, yeah, you can self-banish your White Binder to draw a card, which could be all that you need, right? Like drawing an Ash Blossom or a Dominus Impulse off of the White Binder could be everything you need. And this also resummons a Link 3 monster, meaning that March Hare Banish White Rabbit still gets you the MTP07. Oh, the Ash as well is crazy though. Now this Ash is nice. This Ash is nice because it means no Link 3 on the field, so no banish off of the MTP07 and no random draw, of course. And there's Pydra. And there is Pydra. Banish Cryptor to play around Ash. It doesn't really play around Ash though, because you can also just Ash the MTP07 later. Right? I mean, still, they played Dominus Impulse and Ash Blossom in the in the deck, right? So maybe there's a world. Okay, Max C. No impulse on the Chandra. It's gonna hit the field. It's gonna hit the field. That's not a good sign. End of battle, end of main phase, we march here. Just to put some, I mean, it's a 5,000 attack cryptor that we can put up, right? The 5,000 attack cryptor would help a little bit. I don't think alone it's going to be enough. Alone, it's not going to save you. You need, like... What do you need? One Dominus Impulse is not enough at this point. Right? Bestials on top of this, maybe? Like a Baldrake? I don't know. There goes the march here. I have it figured out. What we need is Dominus Impulse plus Baldrake, right? Because if they go... does that do it? Let's say they go Quick Synchro now into the level 7 and you chain Baldrake so that it's on the field. They summon the level 7, activate effect, you chain Baldrake to banish it, they chain the Fadra to Quick Synchro, and you chain Impulse on that. That would actually do it. But they didn't Baldrake, so that's not what they have. A Bestial gets them 07. A Bestial does get them 07, that's true. Wait. Impulse here. Impulse here is... Oh, they chain Fadra. No, that's not good. No, chaining Fadra here loses. I think. Right? Because if you go Transcendent now, you have no more... You can't Quick Synchro anymore. One impulse? One impulse. Ay, ay, ay. There's no way we should have lost to one impulse there, right? In no universe. So you just let the impulse resolve, right? You just let the impulse resolve. It destroys your dragon. The level 7, right? Whatever. It comes back, right? It comes back anyways. And then the Fadra attacks. Brings back something. You can bring back the Bident. Then you have the Bident. Yeah, no, that can win. Yeah. I think that was enough. Because you can just Trident, pop the spell. Yeah. Double its attack to 6,000. So you can attack over the Cryptor and then attack directly twice after. Yeah, I think that was enough. Yeah. All right, well... It happens. A minor slip-up cost them the game. which it is. Sometimes that's Yu-Gi-Oh. Sometimes you can't even do one mistake or you'll get punished. It is what it is. That was our top 8. Gonna be back with the top 4 very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Top 4 is about to begin in a few minutes, and I'll see you guys then. All right, duelists, the top 4 is here. Only 4 gamers remain. And at both tables, we have 1 player each that we have not spectated today yet. We have Hipster versus Mez UK and Ohime versus T2 Nezu. We've seen Mez UK before today. We've seen Ohime, but we haven't spectated Hipster or Nezu today yet. Let's check in with Nezu first. Let's see what they're cooking. They are going first. And they're cooking what everyone else is cooking. It's Malice. Oh, but Ash Blossom on the 07 could stop it if that's the only starter. One of the few instances where Ash Blossom actually feels valuable against this deck is if they just start White Rabbit, and that's what's happening here. This is like the only time a Ash Blossom actually stops a Malice combo. Dominus Impulse stops the Chessie Cat from coming out, but they have a gold sarcophagus. It's funny because I think I saw a post. I read a post earlier from Nezu talking about like some of the learnings from Malice format before Ryzeal dropped, and I think they said like, oh, everyone's playing Lancia, you should not play 3 field spells. And now they pass in top 4 of the Challenger Cup because they don't have an extender, which the field spell could have been. Field spell can banish from grave? Yes. The Malice field spell can banish a Malice card from anywhere. Well, no, not anywhere. I think deck or grave. I don't know if hand. Oh, hand, deck, or grave. Yeah, just not field. Nibiru. Chain Appaloosa. Dudum. Even from banishment? No, it cannot banish from banishment, unfortunately. Yeah, I feel like there was a chance if we hold Ash Blossom. If we hold the Nibiru until we try to Ash Blossom the White Binder, then they probably Appaloosa the Ash, and then you can nib. I feel like that could have been a line. I feel like Nibiru at a random spot, and then they just negate it, and then you Ash at a random spot, so they just Appaloosa twice. Was a little awkward, but okay. Ohime wins the first game against Nezu and gets 1 step closer to the finals. Yeah, if they play around Nibiru and just don't use Apple on the Ash Blossom, you still negate White Binder, right? Which is good. It's better than getting both negated. Ooh, we got Millennium going on here. Okay. Okay. Now, funnily enough, this is the first time we've seen the Millennium engine today, but this could still be Malice. People have put this into Malice. But it could also be Snake Eye, Crystron, Exodia. White Forest, yeah. Well, there's no Max C so far. Could be tier elements. Could be tier elements. I mean, it's the Millennium engine. It could be anything, right? At this point, still. Except for Fluandereeze. Couldn't be that. Do you think Ryzeal will make Malice stronger since it means less reason to run the anti-Malice cards? Yes, but that is only one aspect of it. Like, you are correct in the sense that Malice will have to compete with less Lanceas on Monday. That is 100% correct. That is 100% going to happen. At the same time, Ryzeal is an incredibly strong deck, so Malice will have to compete with stronger decks in general starting from Monday. But you are correct by saying, like, in the sense that it's not just a negative for Malice that Ryzeal is coming out. But, like, you know, ooh, is it Snake Eyes? It is Snake Eyes. Snake Eye Fiendsmith. Okay. The first time we're seeing Snake Eye Fiendsmith today. We've seen Snake Eye Fire King earlier, but we haven't seen Snake Eye Fiendsmith. Interesting. No, but like, I think Malice versus Ryzeal is a close matchup. So like, Malice is gonna be fine starting from Monday. Still, 100%. Like, Malice is not gonna vanish just because Ryzeal comes out. Of course, people are gonna try Ryzeal, and maybe Ryzeal will be more popular in the beginning because it's new and all that. But Malice is gonna be just fine. And in some ways, it's even like more fun because Lancia is like not a very fun card to go up against with Malice, right? So Detonator is gonna hurt when you go second. Detonator is really strong against Malice, but you'd rather play against a Detonator than a Lancia because there's more possibilities for you to beat a Detonator or outplay a Detonator. But yeah. Less Lancia means Crystron is back. I mean, yeah, the same way that Malice is going to play against less Lancia, Crystron is also going to play against less Lancia. Malice gets a bow. Yeah, a bow Q is a nice card for Malice, but I will say, I think for Malice, it doesn't really matter what you end on. Like, we've seen people play Terahertz in Malice, we've seen people play regular Firewall, we've seen people pass on Heart Scripter. You can pass on a bow, you can pass on Griffin. All of this is like fine. Because the reason why Malice wins is not the exact endboard piece most of the time. Like the reason why Malice wins is not Griffin or a bow or whatever. Like even Appaloosa is not the main reason why Malice is good. Appaloosa is probably the closest to necessary, like, strong endboard piece for Malice, but all the other ones are like interchangeable. It's interchangeable because like you just win by raw card advantage and like an overwhelming amount of disruption. Like the fact that Griffin is like a floodgatey effect that like stops your opponent from using special summon monsters is a lot of the times when Griffin sees play, that's very relevant. But in Malice, you can handle the fact that your opponent can play. Like if your opponent can play the game, you can just banish all their stuff. Like Malice wins in a different way than like locking the opponent out. It doesn't have to do that. It's interesting to see how Nezu is just showing us here how the Snake Eye combo is still just as powerful as it's always been. But they haven't even normal summoned yet. Is the crazy part, right? Which do you think is more fun, Ryzeal or Malice? I mean, I think both are decently fun to play. I think Ryzeal is more fun to play against. While Malice is like slightly more fun to play yourself, maybe. But I think overall Ryzeal is I prefer Ryzeal overall. All right, we've summoned Appaloosa, we've summoned Caesar. Let me now summon Snake Eye Ash, and let's see what we can do with that. Spoilers, it's still a lot. So we're gonna be placing Snake Eye Bellstar, I assume. Then we're gonna send that for Snake Eye Ash to summon Flamberge. We're gonna link 2 into like IP Masquerena. The Poplar is gonna replace the Dia Bellstar. The Flamberge is gonna revive 2. We're gonna make Promethean Princess. Yeah, I mean it's all there, all the good old stuff. I mean, yeah, Oak going to 0 does not stop them from getting to all these things. They have something. After all this now, they have something. Can you imagine Nibiru plus Imperm at the end of all of this? You'd need double Imperm? No, you don't. If they go Nib, you have to use Apple or Caesar, and then you just Imperm whichever one they use. It's not like they can chain the other one afterwards. One Imperm is enough. Super Poly? They do play Super Poly, but I mean, the Snake Eye Endboard does not lose to one Super Poly. Because you can't Super Poly that Caesar. You can Super Poly like Apple plus Phoenix, I think. Can you? 2 Link monsters? I'm not sure, actually. Earth Golem? Isn't Earth Golem a Link and a Cyberse? So you could do that after they bring out the IP Masquerena, right? But you can't do it right now. They did not Appaloosa the White Rabbit. Okay, March Hare. These are. I don't see Malice playing through this. The only card that could have maybe worked was like Forbidden Droplet or Talents. Talents now to take Appaloosa, maybe. I thought that was Talents for a second. I thought I jinxed it, but no, it's just Gold Sword. I mean, they have it all. Normal summon, Gold Sark, March here, Underground. But it's just not enough, I don't think. They just click that Appaloosa over and over again. Can't even destroy it in battle because of the Phoenix. Yup. So we're bringing back the Masquerena in the end phase, so we can't go SP right away. Which is a little sad, but okay. I mean, I don't know what the set card would be to survive this turn. A Super Poly is now live. The Super Poly could now fuse IP Masquerena and Appaloosa, but that's not gonna cut it. Right? To put the White Rabbit into the spell trap zone. Almar Duke one time. What is Almar Duke? 3 link monsters? You know what's crazy? Even that, I don't think does it, right? Even that will not. What do Apo and IP make? Earth Golem at Ignister. It requires a Cybers and a Link monster. So IP is the Cybers and Apo is the Link monster. Okay, but they don't have that, so Flamberge goes in for the win, and that is going to be the equalizer here in top 4. Nezu is not going to go down that easily, and they're going to bring us to a game 3. Let me check the score in the other match. The other match is over. The other match was won 2-0 by Mez UK against Hipster. So congratulations for reaching top 4, Hipster, but Mez UK is going to move on to the finals, and we are going to have to find the opponent now between Ohimi and Nezu in game 3. Do not watch those games. Okay. You know, when you say don't watch those games, it kind of makes me want to watch those games. But I'm gonna watch the third game of these two. All right, players back at the table. All right, and it's gonna be Ohimi being able to go first here, so we'll probably see the Malice again. Always the jump scare when they set a card, you're like, oh, they might pass, and then they hit you with the starter. Okay, Dormouse. Impulse, because we said beforehand. Oh no. the impulse, because we set beforehand. Okay, never mind. All right, okay. Sure. Try that again. Well, they can't impulse a second time, I'll tell you that much. Oh, White Rabbit for Chessy Cat. Uh-oh. That's not great. Normal summon March Hare. Isn't it better to save Impulse to prevent the links from summoning themselves back? It's a weird situation where, like, I think you're better off just using the Impulse early and hoping they can't play through that. Because once they get to a certain point, yes, you can Impulse like a Red Ransom in the Banished pile or a Binder in the Banished pile, but once they get that far, they already have so much that it doesn't feel like... You basically guarantee a strong end board for your opponent. Even though you can hit like a strong card with it later, they are still guaranteed a lot of other things. Because basically every extra step you allow them to go, they will get extra mileage out of it. Like, for example, this Appaloosa here, right? They would get this Appaloosa. If you impulse late, they would have this Appaloosa all the time. With a strong enough hand, you can afford to try and impulse late. Yeah, no, if you have a really, really strong hand that can deal with Appaloosa and some other things, you could hold impulse for later. For this spot right here, when they go like Ransom in the Banished pile, activate effect, you could impulse that if your hand can easily beat Appaloosa. However, most hands can usually not afford to do that. Would you say it's correct if you have Imperm Impulse to hold both and negate the Ransom summon? So what you mean is like you impulse Ransom in the Banished pile and then you Imperm the Appaloosa? You could do that. It's, once again, it depends a lot on your hand. This, like, it depends on the other cards you have, the deck you play, how did they start playing? Because the thing is, like, Imperm Impulse is a very strong combination that Malice, with a relatively high likelihood, can't even play through. Right? Depending on what they have. But, like, yeah, it's a little risky. Because if you go Imperm Impulse very early, then there's the potential that if they have the right extenders, then they just play through it like it's nothing. But it's hard to control what exactly they end on if you use them later. But basically, if you think your hand is really strong, I could see you holding it and being like, even if you can get to like white, basically you would still have to be able to beat like 1 or 2 random banishes or like non-target banishes, right? Like, because you cannot guarantee that they won't end on like MTP07 access anyways, or because you are letting them play, there's also a chance that they get to like Chessy Cat banish to draw 2. So you might have to play against more non-engine than usual, right? Like they might have an Impulse themselves, or Ash Blossom, or Maxi. Like maybe if you need to be prepared to beat like 2 of those. If you think your hand can do that, then I think you can hold Imperm Impulse. Is Impulse good into Ryzeal? It is unfortunately only okay into Ryzeal, because the only card you can hit with it is like Ice Ryzeal. Or maybe sometimes in Node Ryzeal. But it's not great. Eclipse Twin? Yeah, at that point, it's not going to matter, usually, when it's that late. But yes, sometimes you can hit like an Eclipse Twin. Like, let's say, I don't know, you draw Impulse for turn, and then they do the thing where they pop their own detonator because you try to get rid of it, and then they try to bring it back, and then you Impulse. That can happen. X solos Apo. Well, I mean, I know what you mean, but it's technically not true, because you still need more cards to play after. Because if you want to guaranteed negate the Appaloosa, you have to go Chainlink 1 X, Chainlink 2 Aggregator. Other way around. Chainlink 1 Aggregator, Chainlink 2 X, and then they can still Apo negate your X. And then you still need another card to keep playing. Or you can go Chainlink 1 X, Chainlink 2 Aggregator, then they have to negate the Aggregator. You get your search, like Sword, and then you special Sword, and if they negate that with the Appaloosa, then you can just overlay. So yeah, I guess yeah, it's true. No, 1X should beat Appaloosa. And they had a Called by the Grave all along. Or they do it with Chessy Cat. Who knows? Where can you choose which to chain first? That is a setting you have to make. I can't show you during a replay, but when you go to settings, there's a setting. I think it's called Activation Order Confirmation. You have to turn that on. That way it'll ask you which one you want to activate first, and so on and so forth. It's a very important setting for playing at a high level. That way, it'll always, at any moment, it'll show you all the cards at the same time that can be activated, and you can like activate the one first you want to activate first, and so on. Kind of crazy that setting is off by default. I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it matters too much when you just start playing. Like, in order to make it more beginner friendly, I think it's fine. Because when you just learn the game and you just downloaded Master Duel and you start playing, I don't think it's that important. I don't think it's something you have to like worry about. I think it's much more beginner friendly if it's just a pop-up of, you can activate this effect right now. Do you want to activate it? Yes, no. Right? Okay, they Called by the Grave the March here, and now they tried to activate it, which obviously is not going to work. Ooh, Impulse on GWC. But, I mean, they've already used Dormouse, so this is nothing now. This is just a pass, no? Oh, they play Typhon, okay. Sure. I'm afraid that that is not gonna do my my homie Typhon's win rate a favor. Well, hey, you know, can't blame him for trying. Attack the apple for 29, but the follow-up for the opponent surely is too strong here, right? Surely we have way too much follow-up. I mean, the March here is still gonna be undercalled by the Grave. But any other Malice card will do it here, right? Any. Oh, no, the Gold Sarg? Yeah. Okay, they banish March here. Again, I wonder if they're going to try to add it back. No, okay. Not going to activate the March here. But this should be game in a multitude of ways. Going to activate Dormouse here and Ransom. The White Binder can reset MTP07 if it's in the graveyard or if it's in deck. Alright, Chessy Cat for good measure. And then we banish with the MTP. So we can swing with all of these. And that's going to be it. GG's. Ohimi is going to be our second finalist for today. All right, reset the MTP for good measure. Okay, sure. All right. And we're not gonna take any breaks before the finals. We are gonna hop right in as soon as the players are ready. I'm just gonna go quickly grab some water, but no break needed for the finals because both duelists have already been decided. Top 4 is finished. Let me just reset the scores. And finals. All right, I'll be right back. I'll just grab some water and then the finals is gonna start. Okay, perfect. They haven't even started yet. I missed nothing. Wonderful. Ba-ba-ba. Okay. Oh yeah, I promised you a prediction earlier. Let me see. Who is gonna win the finals? Who is gonna win? Is it Mez UK or is it Ohimi? Give you a minute to predict if you want to. Want to win the final? When is the final set to start? In 2 minutes. Okay, wonderful. Both of these have been playing Malice. The second deck for Mez UK was Blue Eyes Primite. The second deck for Ohimi, I don't know if we've seen it. Let's watch a hipster game. Okay, the one that they told us not to watch. Okay, yeah, sure. This the one they told us not to watch under any circumstance. You were in top 4 with Battle Wasp? Oh. Game 1 is more entertaining, but still tragic. I mean, I see what's happening in game 2. Okay, I see what happened here. Wait, how did I miss you all the way until top 4 and you play Battle Wasp? You play Battle Wasp for both games. Oh, you got Maxied. That's funny that the insect deck loses to an insect. Didn't insect decks get like another way to negate Maxi recently? Are you playing that? It's like if an insect effect is activated, you can special it from hand. Yes, but I didn't draw it. Aw. I forgot what it's called. Supply Soldier? Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I mean, you probably know better than I do. I like how you just push through the Maxi like it's nothing. Oh. Goodbye, Soma. B Trooper Armor Horn. It just threw that Imperm. Alright. Well. I know how this turn is gonna go. That is, you were right. That was a better game, but it was tragic. All right, it is finals time. It is finals time. No Battle Wasp in the finals, unfortunately. I can't believe you got all the way to top 4 without me noticing there was a Battle Wasp deck. All right. What was your other deck? Did you play Battle Wasp like a lot? All right. Dormouse into March here. My other deck was Anti-Malice Fiendsmith Control, and I played mostly Wasp. That is very interesting. Good job. All right, little mini game out of the way. Ohimi, start looking strong. Yes, Dormouse plus Called by the Grave is in fact a good start, yeah. Yeah, avenge the Battle Wasp. Okay, let it go through because they're afraid of Nibiru. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think it's reasonable to not negate that because let's be real, the draw 2 from the Chessy Cat is more like a bonus. It's like the cherry on top for your combo. And you could even make an argument that like the Apo having more attack points is more important than having extra cards in hand. You know what I mean? Like, one extra monster negate is maybe better than having 2 extra cards, depending on what you draw, of course. I mean, if you draw like Impulse and Ash Blossom, that's better disruptions, but... All right, and it is a Malice Mirror, of course. Dormouse effect. We let that go through because we would rather negate the banished monster with the Appaloosa. And we do attempt to do that. No Malice in the Mirror hard draw this time. That was the answer to Appaloosa last time. But here, it's going to resolve and negate the Chessy Cat. It's going to stay banished. Gonna try to end the main phase here. And they will use Firewall Dragon to add back their own March here. And we're activating MTPO7 to add our own March Hare. So they both have a March Hare in hand now. They're going to now activate Dormouse, which is probably going to prompt another Apo. Which means that both monsters on the field have now been used. Firewall and Apo. But they can't play anymore. Okay. Okay, game 1 goes to Ohimi in the Malice Mirror. Going first and then having Called by the Grave for Maxi is a pretty good recipe for success in the Malice Mirror match, it seems like. Now we will get to see Mez UK going first, most likely, which they have Malice and they have Prime-Eyed Blue Eyes. Let's see what they choose here for going first. Previously, when they could choose going first, they chose Blue Eyes. Let's see if they do the same here. Just got finished building Malice. Should I Should I get Ryzeal or wait for Mitsu? I mean, who knows when Mitsurugi is going to be released, but the thing is, like, you need Ryzeal cards for Mitsurugi a lot of the time. Well, I mean, not 100%, but like, Mitsurugi Ryzeal is the strongest version of the deck in the TCG at the moment. So, if you're a Mitsurugi fan, you know. I am German, yeah. Okay, Huvalos gets hit by Called by the Grave here by Mez UK. Even though they're playing Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes typically a deck that doesn't really have to care about Huvalos, but I guess in their hand they care about it. We'll see what that means. It's always the big question when they open with Ether Barrel. Do they also have Sage? Here is where we're gonna find out. Oh, they do. Oh god, okay. They always open cracked with Blue Eyes today. Mez UK, I feel like I've seen them go first with Blue Eyes 2 or 3 times and they've opened Ether Barrel Sage every time. It's so good when they do that. And they also never draw True Light or the Field Spell. They always grab them for free from the deck. I mean, honestly, if you don't do that, that's on you. You should always be drawing Ether Barrel plus Sage and never be drawing Field Spell or True Light. If you want to be a good Blue Eyes duelist. Go for Wishes. Wishes discard. A second Lordly Load. Not gonna need that. Get Majesty. Get Effect Veiler. True Light to special back Blue Eyes. Oh no, just use the Lordly Load to summon. Did we summon with True Light already? Oh, we did. Okay, my bad. So we equip. We did see earlier that Mez UK is playing Crimson Dragon in the list. So if we go for a second Spirit here, we are in for a treat on the opponent's turn because we can immediately tag out into Ultimate Spirit and then Crimson. Nib would be good here. Nib would be good, but still, I mean, how bad would a Nibiru really be here for them? Because the opponent would still be down to 4 cards and they still have the Blue Eyes Trap, Effect Veiler, and Drill Beam live. So the Nibiru here wouldn't have even been that crazy. We start things off with a gold sarcophagus. So it is in fact Malice again. I guess it could be Tenpai theoretically. I don't know if we've seen Ohimi's second deck. I think they've been playing Malice all day. It is Malice again. The weird looking blaster. Yeah. It is a weird looking blaster. Okay, we use Effect Veiler on the Chessy Cat. Because we just don't want to deal with 2 extra cards in their hand. That's understandable. They have a Called by the Grave. Oh, but that Called by is not great against Blue Eyes here because they can just tag out into the Ultimate Spirit, which just stops you from banishing anything in their grave. And they have 2 as well, so even if you have like an Impulse or another Called by, that's not gonna help. Yeah, I think it's looking very likely that Blue Eyes is gonna be able to take it here and get us to a game 3 in the finals today. On resolution here, we tag out with the Ultimate Spirit instantly into the Crimson Dragon. Crimson Dragon is going to target that Ultimate Spirit, and we're going to get a Sifra Divine Dragon as well. Malice in Underground. And now we can use the trap. We have 2 Blue Eyes in rotation, so we can destroy the field spell and the Chessy Cat on the field. And they still have Drill Beam, Blue Eyes Spirit, Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit, and this, which negates a monster. Yep. Why didn't that Called by resolve? Because they summoned Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit when it tried to resolve, and it says your opponent cannot banish cards from your graveyard. So it's like, it was like Chainlink 1 Called by, Chainlink 2, that... Wait, Super Poly? You're telling me you had no... There was no good Super Poly last turn? Really? Interesting. 2 spirits can't be super... No, like, 2 Super Polys... 2 spirits are difficult to Super Poly because Garura says different names. They would have had to do it like after the one of the spirits tagged out. You can make Chaos with it if you play it. Yeah, that's true. You can make the Chaos Star Source Dragon. What now? I mean, I still don't think they can turn this around at this point. What an odd Super Poly. I feel like there may have been a better way to use that last turn, but I also don't know exactly when. Because in the beginning there was the 2 Spirit Dragons, so you couldn't get rid of both. Oh no. At no normal summon? Yeah. Well, that Super Poly made it a little bit more interesting and actually gave us an extra turn there. But ultimately, it didn't do enough to take this game away from Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes is still going to take it here. With the White Lightning attack, they're getting us into a game 3. Which is more likely than not going to be a Malice mirror match, I think. Because I don't think they want to play Blue Eyes going second. From what we've seen so far. I swear Super Poly was good for me before. No, we've seen it sometimes. We've seen some good Super Polys earlier. No, we've been there. We spectated. Super Poly seems okay in the current format, I think. All right, 1-1 is the score. They've got plenty time left, 27 minutes almost, so that should not be a concern. So good luck, duelists, for the third game of the finals of today's Challenger Cup. We have one last game to spectate to find out who's going to be the winner. I hope everyone enjoyed today's cup already before we hop into the final game of the finals. Hope everyone is hyped for Monday when we get the new pack. I'm going to be live on Monday as well, trying out the new Ryzeal cards in Master Duel. Of course, I've played with them in the TCG before, so I know roughly what to expect, but still, it's going to be an exciting day for Master Duel because it's going to be a major shakeup for the format. So I hope everyone is going to assemble on Monday when those cards come out. But for today, it's going to be another Challenger Cup Finals Game 3, and I think it's a Malice mirror match, so Malice gets all the glory today, and we start with Dormouse. Grab March here. So far, no interruption. No Fuvalos, no Maxi, no Lancia. Not looking great. Impulse on March here in hand. Okay. Okay. That could be big. They have Underground. But they have Malice in Underground. I mean, this Malice in the mirror. Yeah. Malice in the mirror, banished Dormouse. But that, I mean, we have normal summoned, right? So whatever we search with Malice in the mirror, we can't use this turn. We've already used March here. Dormouse summons itself, but we've already used that one as well. So we can only make Splash Mage here, right? Yeah, no, I think this means no Appaloosa. And now that means what? White Binder? Because Red Ransom doesn't do anything here. Set GWC, activate GWC, banish White Binder. Bring back Dormouse, White Binder to draw. And now what? I feel like Underground had to banish White Rabbit. That access code? No, it's Firewall. Okay, I thought it was access code for a second. Okay, 3 sets is scary. 3 sets is scary, but this feels playable. Set 1. Normal Dormouse. Activate Dormouse. Resolves for Chessy Cat. Oh, the Super Poly. The Super Poly. That's rough. Okay. And even if that set is a Malice trap, they could not stop that. They have their own Underground. They have their own Underground, so they can continue here somewhat. We're banishing Malice in the Mirror. Malice in the Mirror can banish Dormouse, which hasn't resummoned yet, and search a March here for extension. Oh, Called by the Grave is so good here. Called by the Grave is so good here. I don't know if they went for the optimal combo, but they sure have the non-engine to back things up. They have Called by the Grave and Super Poly. I think that might be the end of the turn for Mez UK, and maybe the end of the tournament here as well, as the March here, end of main phase. This does play into talents, weirdly enough. We haven't activated a monster effect yet, so this will make talents live. Windbinder draws a card, banishes White Rabbit though, and White Rabbit can set MTP07. So we still have a non-target banish and a firewall bounce at the very minimum, plus that last set card. And the only card that can even give Mez UK a chance here is talents, and they don't have talents. It seems like the turn passes over, and I honestly don't see how this is not game. Reset GWC. Probably just make access code. Royal access code at that. Beautiful. Gain 3000 attack. MTP07 was the set card, but they couldn't respond with it when the Super Poly was activated. And GWC is the other one. Drew both traps going second in the game 3 of the finals. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Banish Whitebinder, destroy Dormouse. Summon Whitebinder back another time, draw another card. Hasn't even summoned 5 times, so there's no nib potential yet. Banish both traps. Activate March here, sure. That's still under Called by the Grave. March here to attack. Garura to attack. Battle phase. And that is going to be a Challenger Cup win for Ohimi here with Malice in the Malice mirror match in game 3. Going first with a very strong hand. Well played. The Super Poly finally coming in clutch after it seemed mediocre throughout a couple of previous games, and they said, trust me, this card is good. It was good for me beforehand, and here in game 3 it did deliver. And GG's Ohime for winning the Challenger Cup. GG's to Mez UK for getting second place. Thank you all for watching once again. Appreciate you guys for hanging out with me on this Friday stream. Thank you to Konami for hosting the Challenger Cups. It's been a pleasure as always. Thank you all for playing. Thank you all for watching. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you guys on Monday for the release of the new pack with the Ryzeal cards. We're going to check it out on Monday. We're going to see exactly what's going to happen. Until then, hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you guys then. Bye-bye. Good night. Peace.